Hi. Hi, my name is John Birmingham. Hi. I've got some food. My kids call me Dada. Hi, Ayla. It's Dada. I love you. Wow, I've been through some frightening things and some fun things and some good things and difficult things and great things. Really good things. And I'm going to talk all about it now, starting from when I was born and I was a baby. And I'm going to tell you everything I can remember that happened to me. That I can tell all about it from when I was a baby until now. I'm not going to go into too much detail of what happened, or I'd be talking for days or weeks, telling about every little detail. So, I'm going to tell you. And this is what they call a biography. And an autobiography is one that the person speaks out loud who's talking about themselves, like me. This is an autobiography. It's about me, and I'm telling you about it. Or an autobiography is when you write a whole book about what happened in your whole life. And no, that's an autobiography too. But if it's written by the same person who it's talking about, a biography can mean a story about somebody's life that's told by anyone. An autobiography is also a biography, and other people writing about somebody like me is a biography. So I'm gonna tell the story about what happened in my life, my autobiography. Okay, Ayla, if you want to know about Dada, this is me talking all about Dada. Okay. My mom and dad made a baby. I was born on October 7th, 1977. When you think back, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. I must have been conceived the same year in January. I was conceived in winter. And God made me. I don't know how I was conceived, but God made me. God makes all children. Ayla, did you know that God makes all children? God made you. God made everyone watching this. And their mom and dad kind of made them too. But really, God made all children of God. And God made every soul. And I was born in 1977 in Virginia in a hospital. I think it was at night or in the morning. I'm not going to say. For those of you who want to look it up, I was born at 9:41 p.m. at night. I was born at 9:41 p.m. at night on October 7th, 1977. So you can look up my astrology or numerology if there's any truth to that. Fortune telling is bad. If they live as a fortune teller, and they keep living that way as a fortune teller, they'll have their place in the lake of fire. They'll have their place in the lake of fire. So they can't really make that who they are. Fortune tellers will have their place in the lake of fire. Prophets are godly and good. They have to be really without sin to be a prophet, and really godly and Jesus-like to be a prophet. And you can look up any of that, but I don't know if any of that's real or true, the astrology or numerology. Maybe there's some truth to it because the heavens are near heaven, but I don't know. There may be no truth to it because there are angels in the heavens who live in the heavens, and they're the aliens. So don't be afraid of aliens. There are aliens in this story who I interacted with. And aliens are real. I've interacted with them many times. I'm gonna eat this chili cheese dog. No, it's a grilled cheese. It's an egg and cheese sandwich. It doesn't have meat in it. They're pretty good. This is pretty good. So, it's 1977, October 7th, 77. 3 sevens in a row. I have 3 sevens on my birthday. It's supposed to be a godly number, but there's nothing really that special about me compared to other human beings. You know, I might be special or good in some ways. You know, I'm good. I think I'll make it right to heaven. But I'm not like some really godly person compared to Jesus or somebody, you know. I'm very sinful. I'm really sinful and not that great compared to Jesus. Jesus was without sin, and we should live for Jesus. Jesus is really good. You know, God knows what that means. I'd be pretty sinful compared to Jesus. He's really good. This is a pretty good story. So I was born, I think at 9:41 p.m. at night. Let me check out my birth certificate. I got it right here. Let's look at my birth certificate, and I'll tell you the exact time I was born. This is going to be a long story. Here it is. See? See Obama, I'm telling you the tip. See? It's really my birth certificate. That's how I don't say that. Don't downplay somebody who's a nice person. 9:04 p.m. 9:04 p.m. at night on 10/7/1977. Age of father, Michael Gerard Birmingham, 31. Age of mother, Teresa Maria Birmingham, 31. I'm not going to show you my birth certificate. I don't want somebody copying it and, you know, who knows what. Obama's birth certificate, man. Yeah. Okay. So that was like, I think 9:04 p.m. or something. I don't know. I told you in it. You can look back. See, he's born at 9:04 p.m. And that is significant because I liked waking up later in the day and I liked sleeping later and I liked getting plenty of sleep. I liked getting plenty of sleep as a baby. And something went horrifically, as far as what I was afraid of seeing. I didn't see any horrors done in real life. I didn't see anybody die. I didn't hurt anyone in real life, pretty much. I had to defend my friends who were getting beat up on 2 different times when I was a teenager.
but I didn't see any real horrors. I didn't see anybody getting hurt or killed or anything like that. But I hallucinated from lack of sleep. It went horrifically wrong as far as what I was most afraid of, and I could see hell. And that was scary. That was frightening. And that helped me to really believe in God and Jesus. Hey, what a come over I have on my head. Hey, what a come over I have on my head. Okay. And it wasn't hell that made me believe in God and Jesus. It was faith in God and Jesus and really loving God and Jesus. It wasn't that I was afraid of, it wasn't like I was afraid of hell. So, that's not why I believe in God and Jesus. But I didn't realize hell was real. It's really scary. Hi, Ayla. Yeah. I could have gone to Texas today. Still was a little afraid after all the bad things that happened to me. The frightening, bad, scary things that happened to me. And I'll tell you about those later. Hey, you look kind of strong or something. I don't know. And so I was born, well, pretty much Roanoke, Virginia, or right nearby Roanoke, Virginia, in a big hospital. It was a good hospital. Excuse me. And there's still a good hospital. And Rowan was born in the same hospital. My son Rowan was born in the same hospital. And so he was born June 27th, 2006. He was born June 27th, 2006. He's 19 when I'm filming this. I'm filming this. Hey, September 25th, my wedding anniversary with Danica is today, September 25th. We got married in 2005, and it's 2025. We've been, supposedly married, but God had us married before that. God had us married before that. We might have been married in California. We were together for 6 years. We lived together. And then, God had us married at some time while we were living together. When we got close enough, God calls that married. And that means we're the same flesh. It makes, me and Mama are the same flesh. And so we got married. And it makes us the same forever till death do you part. And even if you try to leave or something, you can't. And there are some instances when people are really maybe physically abusive, or they have done gross other things with other men and women called lust, in real life lust and adultery. And if there are too many things like that,
they can't stay married. There are reasons for divorce because of Jesus said, because of the hardness of human beings' hearts, because of the hardness of their hearts is why God allows for divorce, because of the sin of the earth. It's not in God's original plan. He intended for people to get married and stay married forever, or till death do them part on this sinful earth that causes death. So, today's our wedding anniversary. Okay, in 1977, I was born. No, I was born. I was a good boy. I didn't cry. I think I didn't cry. My mom said that all the nurses said that I had really big balls. I had really big balls in a regular or small-sized penis, but really big balls. Like our balls that a little boy has the balls in a penis. And they said, but I don't look like that now. Mama knows what I look, what those things will, that kind of thing look like, but I don't show it to anybody else. And so back then, all the nurses said, "Whoa, he has really big balls." There's two little balls. A little boy has a penis and balls, and a girl has a vagina, and they pee with it, and that's how they pee. And I had really big balls, and the nurses all said it. And that's a miracle. That's a miracle. When I was born, I had big balls. You know, they say, you got big balls to do something like that. It's a miracle. That's a miracle. The nurses really said that. My dad agreed too. And I used to have really big balls. And I did something that may have changed the United States. When I was in California, just being myself, and then I was really punished, and horrified in some ways, and afraid, and made to not really have big balls anymore, because it was so frightening. It broke me as a person, and now I'm like afraid to have some of my original ideas of like world peace and everyone holding hands, even the terrorists getting along and stuff like that, that I put into my work in California, and would write thousands of people in the movie industry, and I'd tell them about my ideas for everyone getting along, and there being no more war and no weapons and stuff like that. But this is a sinful earth, so some people believe in guns, but I don't like them. I really don't like guns with me or mama or the kids. We don't want guns in our house, because somebody killed himself one time because there was a gun around, and they didn't know what to do, and they shot it, and they died. And so it's not good to have around, because somebody could get hurt, because the purpose of a gun is to pretty much use it as a weapon to hurt someone or something like that, or I don't know what. But some people like shooting them for target practice, and they have them in their families, and that's what they do. But it's not really in our family. Even it's a very strange thing. My name is Birmingham, and it means home of the young warrior. And somehow I had to be the young warrior at one time in the family, and it was so frightening seeing that hell crap. And then it was like the tribulation end days, and my dad had to be the warrior because he fought in Vietnam. His name is Birmingham, and my sister Krista had to be a warrior because she was in the military, and she's kind of high ranked in the military, and she's like kind of like a liberal with her ideas, and and she's nice, and she's like a journalist, a photojournalist in the army, but kind of high ranked or something. I think she gets paid pretty well, and her husband's a mechanic. He's a regular mechanic, and and uh and so for some reason we had to be like warriors, but there are no more warriors. There are no more young warriors in the family. And my grandfather was the chief of the NYPD, Michael G. Birmingham, Michael Gerald Birmingham. And my dad's name is Michael Gerard Birmingham. And he was the chief, my grandfather was the chief of the NYPD, you know, a really big police officer in the news sometimes. He spoke at the famous things that were in the news sometimes. He had John F. Kennedy in his car. He had a private car with bulletproof glass that he was driven into work every day. And at one time he had John F. Kennedy in his car when he was running for president. And he was friends with John Glenn. They had John Glenn, the astronaut, at their dinner table, my grandfather and grandmother. And he worked his way up from having no money when he was 17 in the Great Depression. He had to pay for him and his brothers and sisters. He had to go to work when he was 17. And that's something that really hit me pretty hard, that my dad passed on. I'm the third in the some kind of special thing with my grandfather, my dad, and me. But my grandfather he probably wasn't very rich or something just because he was the chief of the NYPD. He settled down and was very kind and good, and suffered later in life. And he's with the Holy Spirit now. He's actually with the Holy Spirit. And he doesn't have any big power or might or anything like that at all. There's only peace. There's only peace from him, and peace and love from the Holy Spirit, and it's from God, and really it's the Holy Spirit. He's with the Holy Spirit. I tried to reach out. I tried to see where he was after he died. He's with the Holy Spirit. So he was a nice man. He was a nice man. He was really nice because he actually made it to heaven with the Holy Spirit. And I've tried to reach out to people with all my heart and my soul and my thoughts, and after they died, and see where they are, and I can I can communicate with them. I think my degrees are in communications, and I work in the communications industry, so I'm good at communicating with others. But you have to have really good faith in God to know if somebody's with the Holy Spirit or in heaven. Because if they're in heaven, you can tell they're without sin, like my grandfather, who's in heaven and without sin. He was way more beautiful than I was. He didn't do any of the he didn't do any of the earthly values, sin, or he didn't even do any small sin at all. And he was in a blissful place. And he was in a blissful place. I don't know what that means, but you could only see I could see his head when the sunlight was coming in through the trees, and it was coming in through the leaves, and it looked like his face in the leaves. And I was supposed to look quick, or I wouldn't get to see him again. And it was him in heaven coming down to me after I'd been really kind and good. And he's one of my favorite people. My grandfather, he taught me how to play guitar. He was my mom's father. He's not the chief of the NYPD. He's my other grandfather. And my dad's father is the chief of the NYPD one. The chief of the NYPD one, who he doesn't have any power or might or big guns or anything like that at all. It's peaceful. The love of the Holy Spirit. He's with the Holy Spirit. And so that's pretty good. And so I was born in 1977, and it was, I think, 9:04 p.m. We looked it up, and nurses said that I really had big balls. I didn't understand until now what those things meant. Like I was born at night, and I liked going to sleep a little later at night and waking up later in the day. And I went through this traumatic thing at the end of 2014. And ever since then, well, some days I can sleep in, but something woke me up. No matter when I went to sleep. If I went to sleep at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. or 4:40 a.m., I had to wake up at 5 a.m. no matter when I went to sleep. Something woke me up. And it was like I was in the military and I became the warrior. I had to become the young warrior. And I had to go out there and work every day. And it was frightening. And it was kind of traumatizing. And then these other bad things happened after it. And it made me want to stay at home instead of go out there. But I may get to go out there in society more. Okay, let's look back at some of the fun things in my life, starting from when I was born. Okay, I was born in 1977, like I said, at night, 9:04 p.m. or something like that. I was a baby, had really big balls, and that means that I must have had some cojones or whatever they call it. And I was opinionated in my ideas and not afraid to speak my mind on things that I thought were good. And so so I was born and I had blonde hair. I had blonde hair when I was born. I had little baby blonde hair. And it's very strange because later in life it got really dark. And pretty early it got dark. And I'd say by the time I was 2 or 3, maybe 1, probably by the time I was 2, I had really dark hair. So I got dark hair pretty fast. And I had thought pretty much that I'd always had dark hair, but I found these baby pictures that had me as blonde with blonde hair, that really short to my head blonde hair. So I was blonde when I was born. That's good. And when you look back, think about when you were born, and 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 uh, and stuff about you when you were born. And maybe you can film a biography talking about your whole life. Sit down one time when you have plenty of batteries on a phone, like to film it, and see how long you can talk about everything that happened. You can learn things, because I didn't know what it meant to have big balls. I thought it just meant like, maybe they looked big or something. I didn't realize it really meant something, and so, but I was so frightened and persecuted into being afraid to really have too much of an opinion one way or another. But I try to, and even I try to face persecution and do things anyway. But like, listen to my voice, like how it almost sounds shaky and afraid from how many times they punished me. And one of those times they broke me as a person, and I was thinking, like, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but so maybe if somebody's broken as a person, it's not that bad. Okay, because they're still okay. Maybe they're okay. Okay, so maybe it's not that bad. I have my health. I have my health, and so, and I have my mental health. I have my mental health and my physical health. Okay, so I was born in the hospital I guess they brought me home at some time. I don't know when. They brought me home from the hospital whenever, and I lived at this house, which was kind of it was a new house. I don't know if it was brand new. It may have been a few years old. I think it was built in the 70s. It wasn't built in the 60s. And I was raised there as a baby in 1977. And as soon as I got to the house, they had a big dog called Ribs. They had a big dog who was the family dog that they had since Krista was a baby, my older sister. She was born in 74. And that dog had scratched her on the face and put a small scar right in her face. And somehow when I was born, the dog Ribs, I think he was a Great Dane. Yeah, he was a Great Dane. He was a really big dog. And he ran away and he never came back when I was a baby. I don't know why. And maybe something about my mom or dad, they could sense that the dog was jealous or something. I don't know what. And maybe he was gonna kill me or hurt me because he had scratched my sister's face. And I don't know why. I have no idea why. But when I was born and made it back to the house, the dog Ribs, the big Great Dane dog, ran away and never came back. And I really don't know why. But I sometimes get along with big dogs. Like Taza had a big dog and I got along with him. Like I haven't owned any big dogs in my life yet. And Danica has little dogs because she liked this movie where some Beverly Hills blonde girl had all these chihuahuas. And so we got a bunch of little chihuahuas. And I liked them. And they'd run around the house and stuff and jump in the bed and stuff. And we get to play with them. And then we put them in their cage or whatever. And they'd run around in the backyard. But I thought they'd get to like run around free the whole time. I don't know why they put them in the cage. And we really loved them. But they, two of them, one of them I nursed back to health because she had this problem with her spine and it like locked up. And she was like this, so afraid of the other dogs because there's a huge dog they had at one time. Not huge like Ribs, but compared to a Chihuahua was huge. He was a little dog, but he was a jerk. He was like this tall. He was like bigger than the Chihuahuas. He was like a little bit bigger than a Chihuahua. His name was Luther. And he was so mean and picked on all the Chihuahuas and made them afraid. And they'd bark really crazy and stuff. And the one dog, Chihuahua, got so afraid. She got so scared. And her back locked up because that dog was big compared to the Chihuahuas. His name was Luther. He wasn't that big. And but compared to a Chihuahua is a little dog. A Chihuahua is a little dog. And so Chloe was the white Chihuahua's name. It looked like the classic Chihuahua. And she was so afraid and almost pretty much traumatized by that bigger dog, Luther, that and he'd pick on them all the time, and I hated him. I don't know why I said that I hated him. Because he was a bully to the other Chihuahuas, and he made them live in fear. And there were 4 little Chihuahuas, and for some reason, they got some bigger dog, and he didn't really fit in. Like, he was, like, too much of a bully. So, I hated him for some reason. I don't know why. And I usually don't hate people or hate animals. Like, sometimes I was nice to him and okay, but I got so angry what he did because Chloe was so afraid of him that her back locked up, and they had to bring her to the vet, and she could barely walk. she was so afraid she couldn't go into a corner. She couldn't hide from him. He'd like do a little biting to her, and he's really big. And her back locked up, and the doctor he maldiagnosed her as having some kind of official back problem that was a disease. He thought it was some disease, and they didn't know that it was because of the social setting that she was in with that other larger dog. And so what I did was I said I was at Danica's house after they got back from the vet, and the vet said that she had some condition that would not get better. He said it would never get better. And so I have some kind of a healing ability. And what I did was I said, okay, we got to keep Luther away from the other small dogs, or at least Chloe away from the small dogs. And I brought Chloe upstairs. This is when I was a big man. This is a big man after we had Ayla, after we had Rowan, Ivan, and Ayla. I think Ayla was born. It may have been right before Ayla was born, or when Ayla was born. And so I said, let's bring Chloe away from Luther and keep her safe in a totally different part of the house, and keep Luther away and locked, well, not locked away, but just like away from the part of the house where Chloe was. And I was really kind to Chloe, and I pet her and I gave her food, and then I gave her a massage, and I loosened all the tightened muscles in her back. I gave her a massage, and I loosened all the tightened muscles in her back, and I massaged them, and I did things to kind of like help them get stronger as I was massaging, and then loosen them when they had to be loosened. Mostly it was loosening the muscle, and then helping her to realize she could get stronger and walk around more and run and stuff like that. And she got 100% better. She had no back problems at all. And so you can maybe heal people with Jesus. And because Jesus was a healer. So when you're Jesus-like, you can maybe heal people. And she never had any back problems again. And I think she still lives with Danica's friend, and her name's Robin. We gave her to Robin, and we got rid of Luther. First, we got rid of Luther. I don't know if they have Luther, but I don't know where. I think we gave Chloe to Robin. I hope they didn't put Luther and Chloe together. Eesh, that would be terrible. And so, but as far as I know, Chloe was okay for years after that. She was okay for years, and even when I think they gave her to Robin, tell her, I don't know, but I gotta brush my teeth. Somebody put a fart into my mouth. It smelled like it came from some other house, because they're angry that, like, I didn't get along with big dogs or something like that. And the guy down there owns a big dog, or I don't know. So I'm not against big dogs. This camera angle looks like I have a fat neck, the way I filmed it, or did look like it when I was sitting on the bed. I don't know, but I'm trying to find a tripod, and I can't really find one. And it smells like, you feel him with all my heart, and he was almost crying about it and stuff. And then like when I was sitting on my bed, like where the neighbor is down in his house, but he has a huge dog, looks like a wolf. And so his dog's okay. But it sounded like maybe like with all his soul, like that dog could realize that I said something about like how when I was born, when I got home to my house, the big dog left and didn't come back or whatever. So somehow a fart came up here, probably from a dog or I don't know what, and went into my mouth. So it's not that bad, but can you imagine having to live with that for years? That was done to me at this house. It used to be almost like heaven on earth here, and then it just some bad thing came in,
I don't know what from where, and people started being a little bit mean to one another. Okay. I still gotta wash my mouth out. I probably gotta wash it out one more time. You know, I gotta go to a totally different place. They either farted or took a crap. I don't know what. I don't know why. And hopefully this keeps filming long enough for me to tell about how I met that dog and used to be good friends with him, kind of. He's like a big dog, like a wolf. And he's in some of my videos. He's a husky mixed with some other breed. And I was so afraid of him when I met him, because I thought he'd hurt the cats. But he's just a regular big dog that looked really big, like a wolf. And he's nice. He's kind of nice. He's pretty nice. And he's one of the neighbor's dogs. He's one of the neighbor's dogs. And so I still smell a fart. So I'm gonna have to go somewhere else when I tell this story. I'm looking for a tripod. So that's been a problem at this house. Sometimes just for talking out loud, if I laugh, all of a sudden they put in some awful smell. It could be any kind of all different bodily fluids or really bad things. And it's terrible. And so it used to be really good here. And when Rowan was here, a bunch of it went away. It was different. It was like some new person here, because I think they got tired of me being in the same house. Or it could have been mice in the walls. Have something to do with it. I don't know. But I'm still looking for a tripod to put this camera down. And I don't even like the way that I look when I'm filming myself right now. I can't see a tripod anywhere. And I'm thinking about putting an AI filter on it so I don't look as bad. So I can't find a tripod anywhere. Oh, there's one downstairs. I thought of one. There's a big tripod downstairs. Hi. So I'd like to film all this in one shot. I'm good at speaking and improvising. Burt Reynolds did some of his best acting improvising the dialogue that was not scripted. Some of the best movies ever filmed were improvised. You need a script. You need a feature-length script. You need a screenplay. When you're making a real movie, you know, you can't just have a bunch of fun and film it all or something unless you're doing a special kind of genre documentary kind of thing, blog, something like that. I'm still looking for the tripod. It was supposed to be there, and it's actually downstairs. So I'll walk downstairs now and finish telling the story if the tripod is here. Hi. No tripod. I better show my neck looking fat from a low angle, because my dad is 79 and I don't know how much longer he's going to live. And if he has a little bit of fat or old neck or whatever, you know, it's not that bad of a thing. So, you know, now's not my time to really film it from a good angle, looking good, where I can actually look really good. You know, if this is iffy as crap. When you say if, it's an if. It's not really good. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about the way I look. Let's not film me, because I don't feel like filming this. I don't like the way I've looked in this, but maybe I look good. Maybe I'll look good the whole time, and I don't even. Maybe it's like all relative, and I don't really know. My dad's really 79. I don't know how much longer he's gonna live. So, you know, sometimes when you have to care for your parents when they get old, you may have to give up those things that you're hoping to do to take care of your parents instead. And you may have to look older or feel older or be out of shape. And I think that's a normal part of having to take care of your mom and dad when they get old. And you can't just turn your back on them to go do some big cool thing that you like or whatever, because it would be devastating and really, really, really bad if you're supposed to care for them and you didn't. So, and you don't do that, you know. But I maybe am supposed to go to California because I don't know how healthy they, you know, they might be really healthy. They haven't needed any physical help with anything. But I've had to believe in them to live longer and get better from things if they went to the hospital and pray for them and stuff like that. So I'm going to put the camera down. I couldn't find a tripod to film me from an angle where my face looks really good. So I'm just going to not try to look really good. I'm going to film from these low angles or whatever. However, I'm able to film that God wants me to film. I was going to try to popularize the saggy or fat neck. You know, it'd be kind of cool if like some new rock stars like had saggy neck or like, yay, you know, I don't want to try to do that as hard as I can. You know, just stand up for my daddy who has a saggy, he had a saggy neck and then he got skinny and then I didn't notice it anymore. I didn't notice he had a saggy neck, but you know, come on, he had that since he was like 46. Like I haven't had it. My neck might be fat, but for some reason my neck had like more like a little more like my mom's and Danica's. But I don't know why. When I was younger, I would drink a can of soda to the side, and I'd go like this to the side because I noticed my dad would drink straight up, and he'd pull his neck straight up and stretch all this skin. He'd stretch the skin out, but he liked the way it felt, and he'd do that, and he like stretch it up, like, and then I noticed when he went back down, like it looked like he was saggy, and so I did. So I was, so for almost my entire life since I was a teenager or 12 or a teenager, that's about the time when he got a saggy neck when I went through puberty. Before then, I didn't notice it, and he was good looking or whatever. But my whole life, from age 12 or 13 until I was like 40 something at this house, I was afraid to get a saggy neck. I don't know why. I didn't want to be like a man. I wasn't ready to be a man or to look like my dad or something. And it was some stupid things. We'd get angry at one another. He'd act like I had like hair on my body that looked bad, and I'd feel like it looked bad. And then I'd think that he had a saggy neck or something. And so for some reason at this house, okay, because for starting when I was 12 or 13 until I was 40 something, every time I drank a soda or put a drink to drink, I'd turn it to the side and try to drink the drink like that without like really stretching it up. Like he would stretch it up like straight up to the ceiling. Like he'd really stretch it up. But then something happened when I was something happened when I was something happened when I was like 44, and
my neck started like hurting, like it felt like it was like almost locked up, because my whole life, like I had tried to not stretch it really tall, and and the only way to loosen the muscles were to stretch straight up tall, like with my chin up to the sky or something, like how my dad did. And I had to do that. And I'm doing it now. I'm stretching out these muscles in my throat and neck. And I had to stretch those muscles out because they got so tight from like 30 years of being afraid to stretch it tall, because I thought I thought then it would loosen and it would come down saggy. And and then so then I had to do that. And I was so determined in my looks. I didn't want to get a saggy neck. I imagined, well, that'll help it be more athletic and look really good doing the thing that he did. And when I brought it back down, I imagined it looking really good. Something, and it's been a problem that I haven't let go of. I've been afraid to, sometimes we don't even know how we look or whatever. It might look old anyway. I don't know, but it might look young. Like when I was a child, I never had to think about the way I looked. I looked really good. I looked attractive. Everybody loved me as a child. And they loved me back then before they started making fun of my body and face for various things when I was a teenager. Or when I was about 10. I got a little heavy. I got a little heavy when I was about 10. My mom overfed me. She didn't want me to be one of those jerk guys who took his shirt off to women and try to act sexy to women or something. So she overfed me to make sure I kept my shirt on. And it was awful. It was awful because the kids started being mean to me about my weight. And it wasn't that bad, but I was really healthy. I was really healthy. I ate really healthy foods, and I had a stronger stomach than like almost anybody. Like I could eat a bunch of food and it never hurt my stomach. And generally the kids who were skinny, well, not generally, but the kids who were skinny, they sometimes had weak stomachs. They couldn't eat too much food or it would hurt them and stuff like that. And I could eat whatever I felt like. I could eat whatever I felt like and it never hurt my stomach. You know? And I had a really strong stomach. No, it's terrible. But, and okay, and so when I was a baby, I was born, I went home, I had blonde hair as a baby. The dog ran away, the big Great Dane ran away when I was born. And my mom noticed that I like to get that I like to get more sleep than normal. It looks like I have a fat neck from here, or an old neck. Looks like I have an old neck from this angle. Maybe I can popularize it before my dad dies, right? And where would be me and my wife? Where would my wife and I be? You know, with the stuff like who we are. And I don't know. Just something in particular I didn't really like to. I didn't want on me. I don't know why. If I get that old neck, I don't know what I'll do. It's something. It doesn't matter that much. Like he could be the coolest person on earth and have like a saggy neck and be like some new famous person that everybody knows looks that way. But my dad's not really famous, and so he's in my videos and I'm talking about him here. He might get really famous. He might actually get really famous because I've put him. He's been in a bunch of my videos. I didn't realize it, but I've been talking about him too in my videos. So, and he's a really successful guy, and he worked really hard. But it's a sad. Well, it's not sad, but he's gotten older. That's sad. When people get old, it's sad. You know, they're old. They can't go back to being young, pretty much. maybe there's some way they can look or feel young, but they're pretty much, well, maybe they can work out or do something to look and feel younger, maybe even when they're much older. So there's hope for them to do stuff like that. But and some people die, and they hopefully make it right to heaven. And it doesn't matter when we die, because we aren't the ones who do it. God knows when we'll die. So people might die when they're 27, like the famous rock stars who were really huge and famous on earth, and when they're by the time they're 27, they died, and they get to be like the coolest ones on earth, and and they played really cool, good sounding music, and by the time they were 27, they died. I thought that's how I'd be, and for some reason I lived past that, and God had me move back from California when I was 27. I think when I was 27. Instead of dying, I moved back from California and started a family with my wife. And I didn't die like Jim Morrison. And when I went to California, instead of being a rock star only and not going to school, I went to school the whole time and made movies the whole time. And it was for God. It was for God. Everything I've done is for God. Everything I've ever done my whole life is for God. You have to live for God, and God may have a better plan. I may lose weight. I may lose weight and look like a superhero, or I may look like a rock star. I might actually get to do that. And those are the kinds of things that I had hoped for, because I felt as a child, when I was 12 or 13, they started like kind of saying mean things to me and stuff about the way I looked. And I didn't know if I looked any good or not. I thought I didn't look good until I was about 25. It was until I was about 25 that I had the confidence to really think that I looked good. And so that was like more than 10 years when the other kids got to feel okay. But I got to feel really good anyway. I had a little body dysmorphic disorder or something. It wasn't that bad. And I'm sorry. No! Let me lay down. Look, I look terrible. So, hi Ayla. Are you watching this? Are you watching this, Ayla? This is Dad. I love you. Hi. So, where's Ayla? There's nobody here. I love Ayla. I'd like to tell her the story. I'd like to tell bedtime. I'd like to tell her bedtime stories every night. And instead, the devil separated me and my wife. I was kept away from Ayla for the first 8 years of her life. And I've gotten to talk to her here and there. And Danica had to sit her in front of a TV while she was working at videos, because Danica thought I was mean or something, and she wouldn't let me live with her. And Ayla, one of her eyes had a weakness in it from watching TV. Only hers, because it was the only way that she could work to pay bills on YouTube videos and editing. And she didn't want to let me back in the family to be there for Ayla when she was unable to raise Ayla. And they think that Ayla they had a doctor say that she had autism or something, and she didn't speak that great growing up, and it's because I wasn't allowed to be there for her. And I don't know why Danica doesn't let me back in the house and just be together and get to raise Ayla before it's too late. And one time, Ayla had to wear an eye patch and try to correct her eye, and she had these mitten things on her hands so she wouldn't touch her eyes. And she had to go out in restaurants like that, and they wondered what was wrong with her. And she's pretty normal, but they think she has some kind of autism, but she doesn't really. I know she doesn't have autism, unless we all kind of have autism in some way with the new way that what autism means. And so I wasn't allowed to give her undivided attention and love, and it had an effect on my mental wellness too, being separated from Ayla. And smells like a dog in here. And I don't know. And because Tim had a dog in here. He used to live here for a couple of months, and he just did work on the house for rent in this basement. He had a big dog that was like a nice dog that was like really big and slow and old. And I got a smell of it right then. And then so I've had to go to Texas 8 times, and I used to be so afraid of flying. And this really traumatic, horrific hell seeing, not hell seeing, but it was like the tribulation. It was like the tribulation, and I thought it had to be like Jesus' second coming on earth. And I was so afraid, and I had to go out there and try to face the worst fears imaginable that were down in hell, worse than they did to Jesus on earth, I think. Unless he went through some bad things down in hell, I don't know. And I had to face these really, really bad things that are worse than any horror movie that they might do to me, and I had to act like Jesus when I was deprived of sleep. And that was at the end of 2014. And then they tricked me, and I didn't read the Bible enough to know what to do. And so I acted kind of mean, and I had to go out there and work in it every day. And I could see the tribulation stuff and had to not tell anyone. And it was so horrific and crazy. And everyone, they thought I was like normal or really afraid of me. They thought I was like doing these huge political things, but I never said them out loud. And I had to work for my dad, and I started bossing around my dad, and I started bossing around the men who worked for him. And it was almost like the devil used me as or not the devil, but I don't know. If it was God, it was not that great of stuff. It was great of stuff that I did, and that was the only words I could say. It was at the end of 2014. It was the only words I could text or tell anyone that meant something positive instead of bad or negative. Great, had to be great. And that was the only thing that I could say instead of good. And it had to be all their ways. And they were pissed off that Obama came to office. All those good ideas I had in California about peace and everyone holding hands, even the terrorists, every last person holding hands and getting along on earth. And they had enough of it. And for some reason they put Obama in. I don't know why they put Obama in office as presidency once I'd been back in Virginia raising kids. I thought I'd get to be president, you know. I don't know why they put a black guy as president. that was surprising to me. It's not my plan. See, it's like when you go out there to California, they encourage you to do creative, big things, change the world, come up with these really good ideas, and they're looking for creative people to come up with the ideas, and they might copy. They might copy it. They might be good. They might be good, but they might be bad. They might be really bad, and they might just copy whatever you're doing. And they might take your ideas, and they don't want to give you any credit for it or anything like that, and they pretend it's their an original idea. And they look for new ideas. They look for new ideas, but they're not bad. They could be good. And so somehow the government saw that it was like doing all this cool stuff, right? To all the producers I was able to, trying to get really famous as best as I was able. I was at a film school when it was in 2004. I got there in 2003. I graduated in 2006. I got back to Virginia in 2005. I graduated in 2005. I don't know. I didn't graduate in 2006. They gave me a diploma in the mail in January 2006. I graduated in 2005. I was there for 3 years, from 2003, 2004, and 2005 to get my MFA. And that was at Chapman University. And I went out there and said, peace, love, everyone getting along, minorities, everyone holding hands, white people, everyone getting along in peace. and some kind of made up random things that I thought just I'd do for I don't even know why. And I made a big movie. And I tried to be the most cool, famous one, like I was like a glam rocker or something like that. And I stood up for black people, but wasn't as nice to Mexican people for some reason. I have no idea why. And really funny, because later in life, I had became really close to Mexican people, and I can speak some Spanish and stuff. And I was really kind and good to Mexican people, or Latin American, not really Latin American, that'd be like Cheech, he says Latin, but people from South America and Central America and like Mexico, Northern America, who speak Spanish, South of America. And so I was very kind to them after. But at that time, in 2003 and 2004, and 2005, when I really made my movies, 2004 and 2005, when I was out in California, and the dean of the film school saw me, big famous people saw me, like Malcolm McDowell, the guy who's a star of A Clockwork Orange. His son was at the school. He went to the film school when I was there. He was getting a BA in film production or something like that, and I was getting my MFA in film production. And Malcolm McDowell was his father, and he was often at the school. Mary Steenburgen, who he married and made that the boy with, who was also a film student there. He was like the famous person, and there were probably rich kids there. I don't know. They didn't say any of them were the ones I talked to, but they pretended that they made millions of dollars at something. But one of them was like an ambassador from another country. This guy, wow, he's pretty cool, and he like won the awards at the end of the film school thing. And my film didn't win an award, but mine was the biggest budget one for the film students. I had the biggest budget one. Back then it was only $80,000. Today with inflation, $155,000. And my mom just gave me all the money she earned as a real estate agent for 2 years. She gave me all her money, and they didn't need it, but they're kind of rich. Hi. Okay, I thought this was funny. I was laughing about something. When I tell a joke, sometimes it's not meant to be a real thing that means what it really says. It's a joke because it's never supposed to mean what it says. Like somebody says, worship the devil, or something like that. It's not meant to do. Nobody would really want to do that. Like none of us would really want to do that. It's it would be like making fun of the person who would actually try to do that. But I'm not going to joke about it too much, because I don't want to say that I worship the, you know what, I'm going to eat this, that cheese, an egg and cheese. Oh, oh, an egg and cheese. Okay. It's good. The camera turned off downstairs, and I had to plug it in to be charged or not. And sometimes I wish I never moved to this house, because when I was 39. When I was 38, I got to this house. When I was 38, I got to this house. And I had worked really hard for 12 hours a day. Most of the labor, all myself, like 80% of the labor, maybe 90%. And I renovated this house that I had left in my name after I worked for my mom and dad for 10 years. And there was this other house that was mine, and there were like 2 houses or 3 that were like part of my name, and instead my dad said I could have those 2 houses, and he did most of the responsibility on the other house. I don't know why. And I came up with some creative ideas on it, like to put carpet in the basement and have it like a room that people could actually live. And instead of like an unfinished looking basement, we did simple things like put carpet in and painted the walls. And so that was another house, and it's in one of my videos. It's some house that has my Uncle Richard slowly opening a door for me to walk through, because he was a doorman at this like fancy rich hotel in New York, and he wasn't very rich. He was my dad's brother from Ireland, and he wasn't from a rich family, but he got some settlement by some doctor injected something into his hand, and he couldn't like really work with it as well. I don't know. He could work anyway, but he got a settlement for $600,000. Like with inflation for today, it was really $300,000, and it was hurt, but he had trouble. I don't know with what, and so he was my Uncle Richard, and he left New York and settled down in the town in Virginia here, and has a small ranch house, maybe 5-bedroom or 4-bedroom with the basement, and it's maybe not really that small, but it's like a regular size house, and we own it here in Virginia now. I'm not acting cool or anything. I'm just saying to Ayla, she might get to see it where Uncle Richard lived, and he lived there and smoked a pipe and little crap on his desk table in front of the TV, and he took pills for pain, and he hadn't gone to college, and he was from a farm, but he spoke with a real Irish brogue, he spoke with a real Irish brogue, and he was married to my Aunt Lavinia, who died in the year 2000 when I was on a movie set with Danica at film school in California when I was 22, graduating from LMU, Loyola Marymount Film School. That summer, we made a student film, and her dad paid, Danica's dad paid $26,000 for the budget. We thought it only cost $8,000, and then the negative cutting and these other expenses, and we didn't know how we'd get it finished, and or we didn't know how we'd complete the film, and we had to spend. It cost $26,000 to complete the film, and with inflation, I think that's like $50,000, $52,000, or $55,000, or $60,000. That was 25 years ago in film school, and I was a screenwriting major. I didn't get into the film department, and for some reason God had me be a screenwriter, and I learned how to write screenplays really great. I'm a really good screenwriter, and I use Final Draft nowadays. I think I think the big owners of huge companies in Hollywood use that same software. It's not very expensive, and it's the standard screenwriting software. It helps put it into format, so you don't have to indent it by hand like I had to when I first started writing screenplays. And then pretty soon after that, I got Final Draft. Like a month after that, almost immediately, I learned on Final Draft, so I didn't have to indent it by hand. And so I may have had to do it one time for like a few pages. I had to do the tab, press the tab key, and but Final Draft did it for me. I've used that from the start on all my best screenplays, and all the screenplays that I wrote, I think. Unless they were here and there, I may have written them down on paper, and other kinds of ways I wrote them down. But the reason why Aunt Lavinia died has nothing to do with me. She got cancer, and I got to meet my wife in California. God brought me together to meet my wife, and I met her in film school, and we were working on films, and I wouldn't have met my wife if I had stayed in Roanoke. It would have been terrible if I didn't get to meet my wife. And so I got to meet my wife in California, and God had a plan for me to be in California for some reason. I was not having a good time in Roanoke anymore. But as a small boy, I had maybe the most godly, Jesus-like, almost good dream on earth life that anyone could have had, and a really good upbringing. My mother and father never cursed. My mother and father never said curse words. We weren't allowed to watch cable TV in the house, and we didn't have cable TV. They kept us from hearing curse words or bad things. We went to church almost every Sunday or every Sunday. We were pretty good. And we went to a Catholic church, Our Lady of Nazareth. I was baptized there when I was a little older. I may have been a baby when I was baptized there. And so, if you want to look at my life from the beginning of when I was born, from the beginning, God created everything. God created me. God created you. God creates all people. God creates all things, or created all things with man sometimes, when a man creates a thing and God creates the things, or God created those things himself. So God has some say in the creation of anything, even if a man or a woman is making that thing, like a toy or a house or something, or I don't know. And so Aunt Lavinia died, and I could feel it from Los Angeles at this film school. Hey, this is pretty good. And I could feel it from Los Angeles at the film school, and I knew she had passed away. Something like supernatural or really strange happened. I felt love from Virginia, and I didn't know what it was. And I knew, I knew, not instantly, but within a few moments, I knew Aunt Lavinia died. And my dad told me, I think that night or the next day, because I think it was like 2 a.m. or something. And I was working on a movie set. It could have been any hours of the day, early in the morning, late at night. I was working long hours, sometimes 23 hours a day, to build a movie set for our student film. And I was so excited about it. I thought we were gonna maybe win the Academy Award for best film that was not a feature film. And I thought, of course we'd make it into Sundance, and this would be our big calling card. They say you have to have a calling card film. So we did really our best work. We thought it would have to be the best work almost anyone could possibly do. So we worked really, really hard because we assumed it would be the greatest work of art film, like one of the best films ever made, and get an Academy Award. And for working that hard, we really had to work that hard. And we often didn't get sleep. It was me and Danica, and other people worked on it. They didn't care. They worked regulars and then went home, went to sleep, ate food, normal things like that. They didn't care to work that hard on it. Only me and Danica worked really hard at it, at our films, and for God and Jesus, and for God and Jesus in everything we do. Because if it was wrong to make a film, we wouldn't have made it. Because everything's for God and Jesus. Everything's for God and Jesus. If somebody said, hit that person in the back really hard with a stick and make them bleed, and hit them again and again and again until they're crying and bleeding and hurt, and it was a nice person and you were friends with them, and they said, I'll give you a bunch of money, a bunch of money, and make you a big person on us, no matter what they offer you, don't ever hurt that person. Don't ever hurt the person. Don't ever hurt anybody. Don't ever sin. Don't ever do anything wrong or bad for your goals. But some people, God makes them determined to do something on earth, and they may be a little sinful about it to get to the goal, but that's not what their goal is about. Their goal is for God and Jesus, that God gave them a goal. Well, God wants them to do it. But with my films and videos, I realized that in my lifetime, or my life, I've worked really, really pedal to the metal hard, as much as I was able to, when I was able to, at my films and videos, and getting as famous as possible for my work, and tried to work harder than anyone I had ever met since I was about 20 years old. I was determined because of all these kind of things that happened to me as a child that made me almost have to do it. And I felt like I wasn't doing enough, and it felt wrong to work at other jobs that like other people felt okay at, and I didn't get to feel okay at them. And I was kind of pushed away from the family at the dinner table when I was a teenager, and I had to go away from the family and by myself, and my friends trying to turn their back on me, who were really popular and were really funny, and I was the leader of the pack of them as in high school. They were my age or younger, and I was the leader of the pack, when I was in high school. I was the coolest one, and and I was crazy. They called me crazy, but I didn't hurt anybody. There were some people who were better looking than me, more popular, uh, stuff like that. But for my friends, at one time, I was the leader of the pack, the coolest one, and I didn't have a motorcycle for some reason, but I did have a Jeep Cherokee, and we did all these crazy things as teenagers, and I don't know if I can even talk about any of them, and because I don't know if I want to get in trouble or what, because most of the other kids did stuff like that, and they partied. That was the thing that they really did. They partied, and it was crazy back then, but it was fun, and it was for God and Jesus and being a regular and kind kid. It was nice to everybody. I was a teenager, a regular kid, and but sometimes it was like I was the cool one, and I was like the cool one in the classroom who didn't talk that much, but I started lifting weights a little bit. You have to do it in proper form. You have to do it the right way. If Ayla's watching, learn from Rowan and Ivan, and so you don't get hurt. You have to do it the proper way, in symmetry, the same on this side as you do on this side. And I learned how to do bench press. That was the only strength training I used to do. I didn't do anything for my back or legs. I don't know. I don't know why, but you're supposed to do leg muscles for every muscle group, and I learned that later when I was about 25. But as a teenager, all I did was bench press, and for some reason, the rest of my body was strong too, and the kids thought I was cool, and I tried to pose and look cool in a t-shirt in the classroom, and I was like the cool one who was like almost like an outsider or something, and I didn't talk very much in the classroom, but they thought I was cool, and sometimes I talked. I raised my hand and say things. I talked. In some classes I didn't talk, but I talked anyway. Some classes I talked. And I'd like to raise my hand, and I'd try to see it as a way. I'd try to talk more often in the classroom, and I'd try to make that a goal. And so I'd raise my hand and ask cool questions and try to pose really cool. When Danica was in the class by the time I was in college, and that's where she met me, in the editing class. And I had these cool sideburns, and I felt like I looked really good looking one day, and I talked really slow and cool, and I don't know. I did something where I was kind of like Jimmy Fallon too. I was like a little bit like Jimmy Fallon back then, and she liked me and thought I was good looking, and then that's how I met Danica in the editing room. They chose us as editing partners. I was too afraid to choose an editing partner, and it was down to the last 4 people in the class. Everyone else chose an editing partner, and they almost gave me Monty, and Monty chose this other guy, David Andrews. And I was afraid. I thought I didn't look good enough for a girl to actually like me, and I thought that I had been alone for 3 years without a girlfriend, and I had kissed a girl before that, and I had been alone for 3 years, and I thought, how would any girl like me? I thought I didn't look good enough, but I knew I felt like I looked good and stuff, but I didn't really know, and then Mama liked me a bunch, and then so the teacher chose us to be editing partners, me and Danica. So God chose us to be together and brought us together. We didn't choose one another. And then we were sat in the editing room in the basement of the film school, and it was like the 60s down there, the walls and the decorations and stuff. And we edited film on a flatbed, this 1960s film, Gunsmoke, with Abby and these characters in Gunsmoke from the 1960s. and we edited the video and the film on the old-timey film, the actual film. You could see every piece of the film as it went through a flatbed editing system. And we learned how to edit like they used to back in the old days. And that was in 1999. And that's when I met her in the editing room of the we both edit. We both are really good at editing. And I worked at it like way harder than any other kid. And I thought I was way better than any of them. I couldn't imagine any of them coming close to anything that I did with editing, and screenwriting. And I thought I was better than all of them. I assumed I was way better. I'd be way better than all of them. And when they'd read their stories, when they'd read their stories in the class, they'd start they'd assign various characters of the screenplay that somebody wrote to each kid, and then they'd start reading the characters, and we'd read their story, and I couldn't tell what they were talking about. Like I didn't. And that was how I thought I'd judge. Oh, it must not even be that good if I don't know what they're talking about. If I can't relate to it, I thought it must not even be good. And the only ones in the class who I could understand were like a few of them. There's Monty. He went on to make some kind of big movie with some Ally McBeal actor, and then he became a professor after that. I don't know what he's doing now. And there was Danica. I could understand what her stories were about, this fairy tale stuff. This princesses and fairy tales and stuff like that. I don't know. And there was this other girl in the class who I really liked her writing, and I could understand what it's about, and I thought it was really good. And for some reason, God didn't let me tell her to stay in the class, that her writing was really good, and I didn't get to talk to her more. And one day, she wasn't in the class anymore before I could tell her how good her screenwriting was. And she quit the class. I don't know why. I was gonna tell her she was one of the best, but for some reason God didn't want me to marry her, and God wanted me to marry Danica instead in the screenwriting class. And we were also in the editing class. Together. And excuse me. But I would edit like 100 times as much as the other kids would edit. Okay, like they might edit for 3 hours and be like, whoa, they finished the whole project. That was huge. Like, how did they do that? Or 8 hours or something. And then I would work all night into the next day, into the next morning, and risk my whole next day not even knowing how I'd function at school or what. And I did that before the end of the year screenings. And I made this masterpiece film out of the Gunsmoke footage. That was me and Danica's project that she would edit sometimes, I would edit sometimes, stuff. And then on the last day or many of the days, I would keep editing and stuff. But the most important thing is that I'd be editing and she wasn't editing. We'd sit in the small room next to one another, and she'd look at me and watch me and stuff. And she really started to like me. And I really liked her. And back then I lived in some poor neighborhood place that I went there to look at it during the day, and everything was bright and sunny. I thought it was an okay neighborhood, and I signed the lease and got my dad to co-sign it. And she said, okay. And it was a black lady, sunny out. I thought it was near the school. I didn't know it was in a really bad neighborhood. It was a nice sunny day, and I got the apartment that had new carpet. And then I started driving back in my car to bring my stuff, and there are all these black guys out there, really big and strong, like They were so strong, not like normal people I saw back in my hometown in Roanoke. They were like, what the heck? They were like in their prime, in gangs and stuff. And they're all gathered around right outside where my place was, and all the police was there. And there are all these police with their flashing lights, and they were like, what the heck? And I said, what is this? And, and I they're all like black. They're all black. I don't think any Mexicans. And they had some Mexican people. And as I already signed the whole lease, and it was $400 a month, and I didn't know how to just leave or something. I didn't have much money as a student, and I tried to save my mom and dad money, and I didn't know how to get out of the lease or something, and I didn't know what to do, and I don't even know if I told my mom and dad. I didn't know what I would do. And so I just drove away, and and I drove around Los Angeles, or somewhere around Los Angeles, the good neighborhoods, and then I went back late at night when nobody was there, and I went into the apartment, and I slept or something, and I'd have to sneak in because it was the ghetto, and it was Inglewood. It was really Inglewood. That Dr. Dre sings, Inglewood always up to no good. He literally sang about Inglewood up to no good. They're rolling in the 6-4 and all that stuff. That was in Inglewood and Compton in Los Angeles, the two worst neighborhoods. I didn't even know. And I signed a lease there, and it was kind of near the school. And so I thought that was the only one I could afford to be on my own and not have to be around roommates, because I had anxiety around roommates. And so, and it was like, and so I had it was bright and sunny, it was bright and sunny. I never would have thought it was the ghetto. I thought it was a regular neighborhood. And then I realized there is not one white person there besides me. I was the only white person. And there are times that I had to pretend I spoke Spanish or something, and that I was Mexican, that they wouldn't kill me, because they are only black and Mexican in that neighborhood, and that was all that was allowed. But I didn't really know how to speak Spanish that well with a good accent back then. I learned it in school. I learned it in high school and college, but I used to be afraid to do an accent when I spoke it, because I was like my dad, and I was really American. I'd speak it like I couldn't do the accent. It sounded really, really like from Mexico or El Salvador or somewhere like that. And I learned how to speak that way later. I got the confidence to speak Spanish later in life, after I'd gotten to this house. And I felt bad about when I went out there, I realized how white I had become. I said, me llamo Jose. Me llamo Jose, or something like that, trying as hard as I could to be like a Mexican for Jesus when I was out there. And that was the best I could do. It sounded like a country white guy who, and so after that I tried to learn how to speak Spanish, but it's really just because I'm an actor, and it's some cool thing that I could do and get along with, Spanish speaking people or whatever. And then I was like not supposed to speak Spanish, and I was almost called a Mexican for speaking Spanish a bunch randomly, but not randomly. I thought there was a good reason to do it, and then I couldn't speak it. I wasn't supposed to speak it anymore these days, and then maybe it's okay to speak it again. But so and so Danica realized that I lived in the ghetto, and the thing that I would do was, I didn't really fit in there. I tried to pretend that I spoke Spanish or something by not talking out loud, but they kind of knew I was, they knew I was a regular white person, even though I had really dark hair, and Italian, Irish, and I think they kind of knew. And I was so afraid to go home sometimes. I didn't know how to tell my dad. I was too young. And I must have been 20 or 21. I think I was 21. Yeah, I was 21, I think. Once I just turned 22. I was 20, 21, something like that. And so I'd take a little piece of cardboard and I'd put it in front of the car stereo so they didn't steal it, and they thought it was like just a piece of old cardboard that they wouldn't want to steal the stereo. And I have to put that when I parked because the windows were missing in the minivan, and I'd have to sneak in. And Danica realized I lived in the ghetto, and she said I could live with her or something like that. So we went to a storage facility one time to get all my stuff or something, because I put it in storage while I was living at the Farama Hotel, because they let students live like a dorm in the Farama Hotel. It was one of my favorite places, the Farama Hotel. It was near Westchester, California, in Playa del Rey, near Marina del Rey, Playa del Rey. Danica and I lived in Playa del Rey, and we got my stuff out of storage after I lived at the Farama, and she said I could live with her, and it was a miracle. And it was like everything was okay when I got to live with Danica. We lived in Playa del Rey, and everything was okay back then. And she's the wife of my youth. They talk about the wife of your youth in the Bible. I guess that's what it means. But it was the best of times when everything was okay back then in Playa del Rey. And it was sunny, and we went to film school. We got to make movies, and there's something about it that was like we actually never went to the beach. We never set foot in sand on the beach the whole time I was with her. And I had only been to the beach, I think, a few times the whole time I was in California. I don't know why, but something about Playa del Rey was really special. It was one of the best times of my life. I don't know why. I got confident again. I gained some muscle by doing some push-ups. I didn't lift weights. I looked good. I felt good. I was with Danica. It was one of the best times of my life. And I wish I could be back there in that same place, even with the kids. If we could all live in there and another one that was big enough for us. It was like a good dream. And it was like all our hopes and dreams could happen if we worked at it really hard. And I thought for sure we get to be, really famous in Los Angeles and live in the Hollywood Hills and work for Steven Spielberg or direct a movie being as big as Steven Spielberg or all those famous directors and filmmakers. And I didn't even do acting back then. I had been in some videos. I'd been in videos, but I hadn't done acting in films. And I liked being on camera, but at that time I was learning all about filmmaking. and screenwriting and filmmaking and editing. And something about it was really special. And it was like they tore the whole place down after that, and we had to leave and get a different apartment. But so we can't go back. But it was this godly place, and it existed in California, and we hardly ever saw anybody there. There was only there was me and Danica. And we got to stay in the same house and everything, or the same little studio apartment. It was a little studio apartment, and everything was okay. We didn't need you know, we didn't need a bigger place unless we were gonna have kids. Unless we were gonna have kids, and we'd probably need a bigger place. And I would never want to not be without the kids. I would never want to be. I like the kids. I like our kids. I love our kids. It wouldn't be the same if I only had Danica. I'd have to be with. I'd have to make sure that Rowan, Ivan, and Ayla are okay. But maybe one day, when they're grown up and they're married and they don't live in the house, maybe I'd be so old. I wouldn't, unless I was really, really famous. I don't know why how I'd live in an apartment place with her, but maybe in heaven one day. I know I'll be there in heaven one day. I'll get to go back to how it was. And there was a pool there, and I could swim in it sometimes. And I had been weak a little bit before that, but not that bad. And I started doing push-ups, and so I felt good about the way they looked. And we made the movies from there, and it's where we lived, and everything was okay from there. I don't know why. It was like we thought that all our hopes and dreams would happen if we worked hard. And it kind of did, but it hasn't gotten big enough yet. And I've been in my own house for 10 years. And I'd like to go out there and do famous stuff, and it's like a different time than it used to be. But many of those famous people are still alive. Most of them, I don't know, many of them. It looks in the news like they're all dying or whatever. That's not true. Most of them are just not really big in the news, like people we remember from TV shows in the 90s and stuff. I hate the 90s. The only thing about it I liked was maybe 1990 and 1999. But the 90s were, it was a traumatic, it was in some ways a traumatic experience that my mom and dad moved from our childhood home where after I was born, I lived there or whatever. I don't know why the dog ran away, but I might get a big dog. I might get a big sheepdog. They're kind of nice and they're big, and I'm not against big dogs. I don't know, and but I don't know. Yeah, I might get a big dog or whatever. I don't know. They're pretty nice, and so my mom and dad moved when I was like 13 or 14, and I had to start at a new school, and it was like traumatic for me to be at the school for a bunch of it. But I met all these new kids from that new house that I lived, who lived on the street, and they were in some classes at school. I made friends with some of them, but something about it I don't like. Living near where I had to live during that time as a teenager, I had insecurity about the way I looked. I thought I didn't look good enough. I always covered up my shirt. didn't want anyone to see what my stomach looked like because they had made fun of me as a kid, said I was fat, but I had abs. I actually, excuse me, I had abs and looked like a model, and I didn't know until I found video of it. Found one video of me with no shirt on. And I thought you had to always look like you had abs. Like, whatever angle you happen to be at, wherever you were, I thought you always had to look like you were good looking. And so when I looked in the mirror, if I looked a little too long, I'd notice something on my face that, it didn't look like it was supposed to. And I thought all the other kids looked normal and good. And I thought there's something wrong with me. And when I moved to this house, it's kind of like on the outside of town. I've gotten chubby the past 2 years. And it's kind of like, it's still in the same town. It's Roanoke, Virginia, or whatever. I don't want to get in trouble if I say, where I lived, or I wouldn't get in trouble. It's Roanoke, Virginia. I like it. I had a really good childhood. I should tell you about that before, when I was a teenager. And then I became really popular by my senior year of high school with some of the other kids. Like the skateboarders and I was friends with almost all the skateboarders, older and younger, and even ones that went to other schools. And I liked some of the other schools, and I was friends with other people too who did other stuff besides skateboarding. And just kind of scary, not scary, but I felt like my family and friends kind of turned my back on me with the insecurity about the way I looked. It got really bad to where I actually think that I did look kind of ugly, or went through an ugly phase. And I pretty much thought, well, I'll try some different schools and see how I fit in, see which what school I like the best. And I happened to go to Los Angeles in 1997 for a summer program, and I had never really been outside of the LAX airport. One time when I was 12, we went to Hawaii, and we went in the LAX airport and changed planes and went to Hawaii. And I really liked Hawaii. It was warm there, and then all the cool stuff there from the surf shop and places like that. And I was a good kid, and I liked Hawaii. And that was the only time I had been to California, is when the plane stopped in LAX, went to Hawaii, and went back home. And then I went to a summer of art program at Otis College of Art and Design, a private school, an art school, and I took a summer class. It wasn't that expensive, and wow, it was so fun. It was really fun. We got to sit on the floor, and they'd play these experimental films. It never meant experimenting with drugs. It's like avant-garde, the genre of art film or something like that. And they'd play these films. I didn't do any drugs. I never did drugs the whole time I was in California. I never did them. I liked working at things that were fun, like films and videos and acting and stuff like that, and being with Danica. And that's pretty much all I liked, I think. And God and Jesus, I loved God and Jesus. I loved God and Jesus. I didn't know, but I lived for God and Jesus. But I didn't say to others I was really into Christianity or something. But I was still pretty good. I was still pretty good because I was raised on God and Jesus. I was raised on God and Jesus. So I was raised on God and Jesus. I was really raised on God and Jesus. And the thing about let me try to explain, or let me just tell you how this was. It was so fun in this classroom. It was like the beach was nearby. It was in this new innovative art school, and it was the perfect temperature. It was like a little bit cool inside the school, and it was warm outside. And we'd go in the basement, and there's this teacher who taught us about videos, and he taught us about videos, and it was a video class, and I also took an art class, and I did paintings, and I'd work hard at the paintings. It was not easy to make them actually really good, and long hours, like 8 hours on one painting, and I was good. I was one of the best in the class, even at that class, and in high school at art, and in college at art at Radford University, and that was okay, but it was not easy for me, and I was looked down on by my family, and I felt anxiety about I felt insecurity about the way I looked, and I got a hernia. I thought I had a hernia or something, but I didn't have one, and I could barely walk around, and I didn't look that good at Radford University. But they had some good classes there. They had art, music, and English. Those three I was really good at, and I had to study the other classes like history and stuff, but it wasn't really my favorite kind of thing. And I made almost all A's. I worked so hard at Radford, and I got into Virginia Tech after that, and then after that, and I liked Virginia Tech, but it was a little better than Radford, but it wasn't like really good. And then when I got to Otis College of Art and Design, the art school in Los Angeles, it was so fun. It was so fun, but I was so afraid in the first day when they had all the other kids there, and we had to get together, and they had everyone talking and drinking punch or something because we were teenagers. We were only 16, 17, 18, and 19, and I was one of the oldest ones, but we were all teenagers. And some of the kids were 16, some of them were my age, and some of them were allowed to drive their cars there, and they could drive us around Los Angeles. This one kid had a Jeep, but he drove all of us in a car. It was so fun. We got to go with all the other kids with his top down in a Jeep around Los Angeles. We went to like random places around town. We went to Venice Beach, and I filmed at it. I made one of my videos there, and I didn't know anything about like California stuff. And one time they went to the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I think there's only 2 times I left the school in a Jeep, and the other times I had a skateboard, and we'd skateboard around there with the kids, and I'd skateboard to my class every day in the warm sun, and it was really fun. And I'd go to an art school. I'd go to the school, and this was an amazing experience. In the basement of the film school, not the film school, the art school, when I was 19, and I first got to Los Angeles. It was so fun, and I made videos and did art, and we'd watch videos that were played in art installations, they called them, like in museums and stuff. They'd have videos playing there, and they'd have various like kind of 3D art or some cool weird thing. Like nowadays they have these projectors that project on the ceiling and everywhere and on the floor, and it feels like you're really there or something. Or they have like animated art that you can interact with and walk around with, some of them in North Carolina and stuff. And they have like the greatest art that we remember throughout history that may or may not be the actual greatest. They may be better ones, but like Salvador Dali's paintings, and like MC Escher or whatever, and all the various kinds of art, Monet, Cezanne, and some of the best art to have ever. So it was an art school, and I learned about some of that stuff, and so they have like installations that that nowadays with video and film, how they made the Sphere in Las Vegas. There may be more 3D and interactive ways that media may be. Like maybe they can project things and you can touch it with your hands on a screen, like something that's not even a screen, and those 3D or 360 interactive goggles that you can see a 3D world. But it's a little crazy because it's not real life. It's still going to be like a movie theater or some kind of simulated experience that's not real life. And you're better to go out there in real life. And it's gotten so crazy that I've stayed at home making so many videos on a computer, and I've had no social life for about 10 years. And I would work out here and there, lay in a bed and work on the computers, or the phone and the computer. And I got to get a life. My videos haven't gotten big enough for how much I worked at. If I was making millions of dollars a year, or at least millions of dollars, it hasn't earned enough. My videos and films haven't. My work hasn't earned enough, and so I gotta use the bathroom before I tell you about this really special experience that you can do sitting down and watching. I sounded like a jerk. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. Hi. Okay. So, I really like to move back to California after talking about that stuff. But sure does smell in here. I think my neighbor really likes me and thinks I'm supposed to stay here and retire here with my wife and kids at the special house in Virginia. It's not really my thing. But, Virginia in particular is not my really best favorite thing. Because I didn't get famous from here. I was here for was I already famous in California? I don't know. No, I got famous from Virginia. Unless I had been in California when I became famous, visiting California, and happened in my videos. But, I'm famous. I'm already famous. Dad, hello. You have $30 million or something like that. Okay? Mom and Dad, you have $30 million or something. I'm not the regular person who stayed. I'm not the regular person who stayed in his hometown, didn't really get famous, and went back to his family. I'm a little bit famous, but who would recognize me if I set foot off a plane in, if I walked into any regular small town besides the one I was raised in, Roanoke? What is the likelihood of anyone recognizing me from videos? They might. I kind of think of them sometimes, a video that I did from long ago, and like notice somebody, but they haven't ever said aloud, hey, you're John Birmingham. They haven't ever even said that to me. So how could it be famous? But my work is famous because it's known throughout my godly work from God that I worked on, my movies that I'm really good at for God and Jesus. I'm known throughout the world for my work. I did 3 movies, writer, director, producer, and star of 3 movies. I did all the work to make them, hired other people to do some of the work. Crew and stuff like that. Actors. And really smells in here. I used the bathroom. I'm gonna go downstairs. And my dreams kind of came true from Virginia, but in reality, I was put to work
for 20 years. I had been a privileged kind of kid. I said I had the privilege to make movies with these various people. I would say that when some of my films that I made out in California got big enough that we got kind of like a famous person in it, but I wasn't famous yet. And I did some cool film, and I like paid some famous person $2,000 to be in it or whatever, or $1,000 to be in it. And so you can save money and make a film. You can save money and make a real movie. You have to learn how to really make the movies. It's not easy to do. These videos I've been doing are videos. They're not films. A film has a real screenplay, a script, a screenplay that you write, like the funny skits on Saturday Night Live, and there's improv sometimes, but they're written out and thought about ahead of time, and that's why they're really good. And I can do those things. I'm a real director. I'm an actual director who knows how to direct movies. They may go in theaters, they may be huge music videos. I can do it from right here with the right budget and probably with my own camera equipment if I think about ways to do it without having to have a huge budget. And it makes me miss Danica and the kids. Why would I be making a random film? So I haven't really done a bunch of films because I miss my wife and kids. And it was so alone that it felt wrong to really start screenwriting and start production on some big, great thing that's fun, with other people and stuff, and real work and hard work to make it actually really good. And I can probably do some of the best films ever made. I can probably do some of the best music videos ever made. And, I've been at this 30 years or something like that. And I worked at it like 12 hours a day. And not every day, because some days I had to work on homes, and some days I had to do other things, but most of the time I was determined at it. Even when I was taking it easy, if I watched a TV show, it was a way to get an idea to do some cool new movie or write a screenplay for it was almost never, I don't know if I've ever in the past 20 or 30 years, I don't know if I've ever in the past 25 years randomly watched TV without using it to work at my career in some way with film or video. I don't think I've ever watched one single video or film without thinking of God. Probably videos, because I stopped watching films like 10 years ago, but I watch them here and there. And now everything's for God. I don't always have to do things about films, but my real work on earth is in films and videos. And God made me a speaker, able to speak to people. Like I said, my birthday was on 10/07/77, a special godly number, 777. And so I think I was put on earth to speak to others the gospel of Jesus Christ. So at the top of my channel, instead of having the American flag and trying to act like I'm so cool, so, or something like that, so I don't get in trouble, so kissing ass to whatever this or that, I'm liberal, Republican, pretending that that's what's most important, so I can do my cool art and fun things I really like that are American, even if I did like the American flag best, not saying if that's my favorite thing or not, but if I was a liberal, I would have said, pretending America's not good enough and going to California or whatever, like some of them do, and then they're made into Republicans. That's not what it's all about. That was all replaced with God and Jesus. With God and Jesus. Sounded like a Southern preacher. God, get with God and Jesus, and that's what I do. That's what I do everything for, God. Because God is not only a He can do anything. He does all things. He's the most genius one to have ever lived, beyond genius, beautiful, mysterious, in ways that we don't really understand how or why, and more. And He's good, and way more than all of that, that we could ever understand. And He's also not only a He, He's the only one who will be in heaven with all of us one day, because we will all be changed. He's the only one of us who will be in heaven one day who can also be in it, because God does all things. So he can do anything that he wants, or, he does all things. So he can be in it, or he can do anything, and we can do anything with God, but with man, we can do nothing. And so with God, we can do anything, but with man, we can do nothing. That's obviously talking about not with literal others. We're supposed to work with others on a team, or whatever we're supposed to do, or make videos by ourselves. Sometimes we have to live for God and Jesus. We have to be separated from our wife and kids. In some instances, you may have to talk to random single people. If you're somebody in a family, you may have to. God, hopefully will keep you with your family for your whole life, because it sucks not getting to be with your family anymore. And that's how God showed me I'm supposed to love God more than anyone. I love God more than anyone. God's been with me for 10 years, and I had to realize my wife and kids aren't the most important. I can't be a jerk to others to always stand up for my wife and kids in godly ways and earthly ways. Of course, godly ways. I want them to be kind and good, but I stood up for them maybe in a way that I didn't know I should have been more godly. So God took me away from my wife and kids to learn more about God and Jesus, and study the Bible, and become closer to God, and love God, and try to be a good father every day from the computer, and talking to them on a video chat. And I've had to go to Texas 8 times, and 2 other times I didn't make it there. And this is pretty good. So, I'd personally like to lose weight. Like, I see this neck is fat, and my face will look better if I lose weight, I think. But I look okay now. I know I look better, but hey, look, I look great right now. But I've learned to have to be thankful for however I look, and I felt not as great about my look for a couple years, but I look okay or whatever. I look pretty normal. And so let me tell you about I'm going to tell you about this special, cool place where we sat in California on the ground as art students and video students. As video students, it was really. I shouldn't complain about the way I look. I have many friends and family who are in the 70s, some older, and they look younger, like Mishka. And he's like 84 or 85. And so here's how amazing it was at the art school. They'd have a projector. They'd have a screen at the front of the video class, and they'd have all the kids. Like, this stuff wouldn't be here. It was a cement floor, and we were teenagers. Our bodies didn't hurt or anything like that. and we could sit on the floor, and we'd sit on the floor and look up at the screen. And it was the perfect temperature inside, and it was warm outside. Sunny California, the warm California sun outside, and it was cool as we looked up at the video playing, and they had these videos that were like some kind of ones that our professor liked or was influenced by, may have been famous, may have not. And he played them on a screen, and projector in the back of the room didn't make any sound. It was a video projector. And we sat on the floor, and it was cool in
in the place that we sat, and they'd show like scenic they'd show cool things like the beach or some really, I don't know, like outdoors ambient kind of thing or whatever. But the thing that I remember is they'd play. It wasn't like Jim Morrison or anything like that, but it was like they'd play the sound of. No, they'd play the sound of the wind. They'd play the sound of the wind, and it'd go. And the teacher would sit on a stool like this. He'd sit on a stool, and he was a heavier Hawaiian guy with long hair. He was a heavier Hawaiian guy. He was like 26 or something like that. And he had long hair, and we all got along with him. And he was an actual like Hawaiian guy or Filipino or somewhat Asian. And he was like, we were nice to him, and he did art installations around Los Angeles or something like that, because he was like one of the teachers. So he did like some cool things that we thought were cool that he made the videos, and we'd sit, and there'd be other kids, and we like look at them sometimes and make friends with them. And I learned how to do video editing then, and it was 1997. It was the summer of 1997, and I was 19. And it was so fun. Every day I was there for like most of the summer or some of the summer, and it was in 1997, the summer of 1997, and when the classes were done, and I had to work really hard at actually making the films and videos, but I just made videos and it was fun to make them. Like I filmed throwing a dummy off of something and pretended that I landed and put the same clothes on. It was got it from the video, but I did that also as a child when I was only like 12 or something. We made those videos as when I was a child. And I did it again at the film school as one of the techniques I used in my films. Like I'd stuff clothes filled with other clothes, and I'd make it look like it was a dummy, like out of like safety pins. But there are other ways you can make a dummy or get a dummy now for like $40. And so I think what I'm going to do now is, instead of producing films, I'm going to work as a writer and director and actor. And then I don't have to have any of the business responsibility to go along with making films. But this whole time I have been filming videos. And it's so difficult to make sure I do it legally the right way. And, that's why I only filmed myself with no logos on my shirt. And I filmed myself at home, and sometimes like family, and I asked their permission. They said it was okay to be in the videos, but I couldn't film out in public. And I don't like it here. Like, it feels like I might be in trouble for talking about the business side of it right now. Like somebody's like angry about it. Like it feels like this lack of love in my heart right now from somebody down there. And I don't know what it is, or what I did wrong, or what he did wrong. And it feels bad. And it's like he wants to get me in trouble because he thinks I don't like living here and I'd like it better in California. He thinks he has to keep me here in Virginia. And for 20 years, my films and videos didn't get big enough like I had hoped for. And I worked so hard on every one of those films. When I used to do films before, like the past 10 years, I have worked hard at videos, but it's been a different kind of work. It's been a different kind of work than my real best work at films or making music and making music videos. In some videos. There have been some videos that were a bunch of work, but it was a different kind of work here. So I don't know if I'm going to live here or not, because I miss being in Playa del Rey, California. I better keep it down.
Should I go hide somewhere? Feels like this sharp like lack of love in my chest from whoever that guy is down there. Is like a special person for the neighborhood. And he's been here since he helped build a house in the early 70s. He helped build many of these houses in the early, whatever it is okay, you know, you just get along, you know. I'm not against Virginia. I like North Carolina. But it didn't really happen for me here. It's not that big. You know, I feel like that guy who's a teacher. He did some art installations around town as a teacher or whatever, but, you know, he's not as big as like Brad Pitt or Tom Cruise or the lead singer of Jane's Addiction or Motley Crue or Guns N' Roses or you know, like all those people that I thought my life would be something like, and instead like like what happened? You know, I have this cool house. Oh, great, I have this cool house. Okay, and it's not really what I'd hoped for. And the real reason why is because I don't have my wife and kids there. I don't have my wife there to love me. So like everything's okay, even though it didn't go as I'd hoped it would be. And at one time I was really mean about working hard. And I saved a bunch of money, and I didn't save a bunch of money. I earned a bunch of money by working hard 12 hours a day. And I was determined to get enough money to get on my own so I can make enough money at films and videos after that. And the work that I was doing was shit that I didn't like to do. And it felt so bad to have to do, like tiling a floor or painting walls and stuff. But I like doing it now. I like doing it now. I'm not against doing it now because things have changed. And for some reason, if I do it now, I'm supposed to have like really special good abilities at it. And I can work at real estate and make money from me and Danica and the kids and fund all our films by working at real estate. So maybe I can stay here, but I don't know. Imagine funding your own films. That's hard to do because Hollywood has infinite amounts of money for this earth, for the trillions of dollars on earth, considering the trillions of dollars on earth, not really infinite amounts of money, but, you know, you can make a film that good today with AI technology if you work hard enough at editing. If you're a genius at your work, at screenwriting and making a film, a video, you can make a genius movie that looks like the biggest budget movies ever made. If you work at it for 3 years or a year, for me it's only 1 year's work because I've been at this 30 years and I'm already really good at my work, and so I can make a movie that looks like a big budget movie that's really, really good and has emotion and is good for like hardly any money. Or maybe if I had to spend money on it, maybe I could spend $20,000 if I had that kind of money, if I'm really working at real estate. But then you have to do all that work to get enough money. How are you going to pay your bills? Stuff like that. It's so much work. So I'm going to turn this video off and find somewhere to go to tell the rest of my story.
Hi, it's John Birmingham. This is Dada. Hi, Ayla. I tried to call Mama again. Today's our anniversary, September 25th, our wedding anniversary. But really, we were probably married in Playa del Rey when we were in our early 20s. Hey, I feel better. This is pretty good. Hi, anyone watching this? I love you, Mama. Happy anniversary. Okay, let's get on with the story of John Birmingham's life. Well, okay, it started when I was born in Virginia, in or near Roanoke, Virginia. At 9:04 p.m. on 10/07/77. 3 sevens, a godly number. John Birmingham was born. With blonde hair, really. And within 2 years, his hair got all dark. Or 3 years. Within 2 or 3 years, his hair, my hair, got all dark. Okay, and when I was born, all the nurses said that I had huge balls. And that must mean something about, not afraid to really say how I feel or something like that. But I've been nearly traumatized and trying to get back to how I was before, the real me, without being mean. I don't ever want to be mean again. I don't ever want to be mean again. And there are things different about me that are not, how I was. So, I was a baby. I was about 2 or 3. And Krista was my older sister. Krista Mary Birmingham. And she was born in 1974. So, when I was about when I was 3, they put a handmade small guitar that my grandfather played on vaudeville. My mom's dad played on Italian kind of music stages in vaudeville in the early 1900s. I think he was born in 1909. And he had a custom-made old Sicilian guitar from when he was like 8 or 3 or 4, and they taught him how to play guitar in it way back then in like 1914 or something like that. And he didn't get that famous, but I shouldn't say that, because he had a huge orchestra, and it was named after him. And his real name was Carl Martinez, a Sicilian name. And when he came here to Ellis Island from Sicily when he was a little boy, they gave him the name Martinez because they thought it was like more ethnic or something, and they gave him the name Martinez, and it sounded like a Hispanic name, Martinez, And Al Bob had also, I think, the same Sicilian name when they came here from Ellis Island, Martinez. And they looked at it and they changed it to a different kind of name that I'm not going to say because I don't want to tell everyone what Al's real last name is. So, he had a similar last name, and he's also Italian and Sicilian, so I may be distantly related to Al Bob. And I happened to meet him at this house. He owned this house, and my mom showed it to me like 15 years ago, or 11 years ago, and I found this really strange, weird house out in the woods, way out in the woods, and eventually I bought it from Al Bob after working really hard at Homes, and I met Al Bob, and God told me that it was a miracle that I met him. Before that, I never would have thought, unless somebody was like really famous or something, like I had the privilege of meeting that person. But God told me he was somebody special in my life who I got to meet. And he's not really that special. He's like in the top 20 or 40 people, something like that, of people who I know. And something like that. And there are others who I can be closer to, like Danica's dad. But I really, somehow, I haven't gotten the chance to yet be that close to Danica's dad, but it would be great if I could get along with him enough, but and I already do, so I get along with Danica's dad okay. And so here's the thing. Wow, I got very good looking from the videos before this to this one. This is the same day I'm filming it. Okay, so I was 3, and they put my grandfather's Sicilian guitar from when he was a baby in like 1914 or something. It was handcrafted, a really special guitar. It was handmade out of wood, and they didn't really have them too often for babies, like the regular toy stores have them. Like, there's so many of them now today. They were not commonly seen. You didn't hardly ever see anything like that back then. You didn't hardly ever see anything like it back then, anyways. And so they taught me how to play guitar when I was about 3 or 4, and I thought that I wasn't that good, but I was okay. Listening to old videos of me playing, I was okay when I was like 12. And so when I was 4, I could kind of play things on guitar. And when I was 5, I went to a day camp. And starting about 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, I think those are called your formative years. When I was about age 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, I had the best dream-like life that any child could have, and maybe before that too, but I don't really remember before that. But I remember when I was 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and it was a dream-like life. It was like a good dream, and I was really attractive. I was really good looking. I didn't know how to look in a mirror. I was an innocent child. Children aren't liable for their sin. They don't have like a bad intent or anything like that. You shouldn't punish them. They're not liable for their sin. God tells us in the Bible. And I didn't know that, but some people reprimand their children or punish them, whatever. That's great. Maybe you're a different kind of family, and that's okay in God's way somehow. But in my family, I never punished my own children in much of any bad way. I might have said that they couldn't use their cell phone or something like that, but if it made them feel bad, I'd give them back the phone. And God does all justice. God does all justice. And all final justice will be done. So we don't necessarily need punishment by other sinful people on earth, but they are apparently here for a reason. They've been here since the biblical times, the people who punish others on earth. And the Bible, the Old Testament, in some ways may encourage people to punish others for their sin. It's pretty bad, and we really need Jesus, because Jesus was about not punishing others. That's how we're really judged. We're supposed to be kind to others. Mostly, the first most important commandment is to love God more than anyone. You're supposed to love God more than anyone. And the second most important commandment is to love others as you love yourself. And that's pretty much what all of Christianity and everything on earth, in the universe, on earth, the heavens and the earth, heavens and the earth, that's the universe. That's what all of it and us and everything is about. God and Jesus. Loving God more than anyone, loving God more than anyone. And the second most important commandment, Jesus said, was to love others as you love yourself. That's real. That's reality. There's no contesting it. That's how that's how to live. So, that's good. That's how to live. That's how to live. And don't be led into temptation. Try to not be led into temptation. Have self-control. Don't be mean to others. Forgive others when they're mean to you. There's so many other things. Don't be afraid. Some people may have to not be. They might have to die pretty soon. I don't know if somebody watching this is gonna I'm not telling you to not be. Keep living. Patiently await God. Wait for God with whatever you have to go through. And everything is really about God and Jesus. And I was raised on God and Jesus from the time I was born. Both my mother and father were raised in Catholic schools. And they had the Bible read to them at home about Jesus, and in the Catholic schools that they went to almost every day of the week, and also on Sundays and sometimes on Saturday. And so they're raised on God and Jesus. And there are those people who say Catholicism is bad, but don't worship the saints. Don't worship a false idol. Don't worship a statue of Mary. Don't worship the Virgin Mary. We obviously don't worship them. In Catholic Church, the way we were raised is to love Jesus and God and peace amongst others. And when we went to the church, it felt like peace. It was peaceful. Love and peace. That's what the Holy Spirit is about. And that's what the Catholicism that I learned was about. Jesus. Okay? Don't judge the different sects or whatever, the different kinds of Christianity. Okay? I know Baptists have Jesus. They don't have to do this. They don't have to do the sign of the cross. Where in the Bible does it say we have to reference the sign of the cross? Well, Jesus was crucified on a cross, and in some ways it's symbolic of Jesus, but we're not supposed to pray to any symbols or false idols. So in some ways we don't need any symbols. But is an image bad? Is an image bad? No. It says that don't pray. Well, God says don't pray to a false idol, and don't pray to an image. Don't use a graven image as an object of worship. Graven image means something that's like prayed to. Don't ever pray to a thing. Only pray to God and Jesus. And the only thing we know about the way they look is that we are created in their image and likeness. And all of this is in the Bible that I'm talking about. This is real and true. And God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit are what everything is about. And God loves you. And the sin messed things up a little bit on this earth. It's not that great. But we can still have good lives. And great lives. Jesus said the only one who's good is God. And there's way more in the Bible. So don't be led into temptation, or try to not be led into temptation. And you can pray and ask God to please don't lead you into temptation, so you don't get tempted to lust. You don't get tempted to be a glutton. That means eating too much food. That's a sin. You don't be tempted to sloth. That's laziness. You don't be you might be tempted to all those things, or some of them, but ask God, pray to God to not let you be tempted by those things. And Catholics don't, I don't know if I'm a Catholic or not. I believe in Jesus. My mom and dad are Catholic. I'm pretty much a Catholic, but I really believe in Jesus more than Catholicism. And I was a Catholic, but I might not be anymore. I have Jesus. I have God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. Whether or not I'm a Catholic, I have God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit. Catholics don't pray to the statue of Mary. Here's what they may do. Here's the only thing that some people think: they pray to a saint or a Mary. That's not true. They don't pray to a false idol. They may sometimes, they don't worship a false idol. They never worship a false idol. That's not Catholicism. They never worship a false idol unless they are confused and don't know God and Jesus well enough to know what they're doing with those statues. And God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit want us to worship God and Jesus. And maybe the Holy Spirit's okay too. And the things that they pray for, they may reach out to people in heaven, and I don't know if I do that or not. They may reach out to people who are in heaven, who they think made it to heaven, who died, maybe saints, maybe people in the Bible who they think made it to heaven. Some people, they say, really made it to heaven, but we can't judge, and we may not know who really made it to heaven unless you know God beyond knowing, and somehow God made you feel love and know that someone really made it to heaven. And we can kind of know that, and God wants us to feel like we will make it to heaven. God wants us to feel like we will make it to heaven. So God wants us to feel like we'll make it there, and to know beyond knowing we'll be okay, and we'll make it there one day. And for some reason, when Catholic people pray, sometimes they ask Mary in heaven, or people who made it to heaven, to help them with something, but they don't worship Mary. And those two different things, praying and asking, I don't know if you can even ask someone in heaven, if you can pray to them and ask them for anything. I don't know if that's okay or not, but you're never supposed to worship them as God or Jesus. That would be a false idol, even if they made it to heaven. And so my mom and dad never did that growing up. And we were raised on scripture that they had read or studied or were taught or were raised on about Jesus, like how Jesus anyway, how Jesus didn't want to be, how Jesus said don't be, how Jesus said rich people hardly ever make it to heaven. But Abraham was rich and Job was rich, and Abraham made it to heaven. There's proof of that that's talked about in the Bible. And Job, God said, was a righteous, upright man. He was righteous. He was righteous and upright. And he was righteous and upright. And if you're righteous, I think that means they made it to heaven. So I think Job's in heaven. He lived a really long life, and he only had to be poor and homeless and have sores on his body for a few months or something like that. When all the good things were taken away from him. Okay. So that's some preaching about God and Jesus. And, okay. Hey. No. Let's talk about John Birmingham's biography. I'm John Birmingham. Hi. Okay, so, yo, uh, okay. Hi. So, when I was, 4, I could kind of play some things on guitar or something, but it probably wasn't that great. And when I was 5, 6, 7, and 8, I had a really good life. I was super good looking. Every detail of the shape of my nose looked like a good looking model. I wasn't aware of it. I've looked back at pictures of it now, and I could tell that I had a really good looking face. I didn't know how to look in the mirror or know what I looked like or anything like that. I could feel the way everyone loved me and was kind to me and nice to me. And I wasn't aware that I looked any particular way, other than I thought there wasn't really anything wrong with me, the way that I looked. And so that was something good that I had, was that everybody loved me everywhere I went in Roanoke, Virginia. It was the best early childhood I could have ever had. Besides, I had to go into the hospital a few different times. And I had some ability as a child to kind of like, I felt like a pussycat, like a little baby kitten who maybe if they got hurt or something, they just felt like cute and in their fur, and like it acted like it didn't hurt, but they could have been hurt really badly. And so I was hurt pretty badly a few different times. And I didn't know, I didn't know if I felt the pain of it or not. I kind of like just felt like I was in a good dream and really loved by everybody everywhere I went. Like it was like those good dreams where you go out in public or do fun stuff that's like, it's the best life ever. And that was literally how my childhood was from ages 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And maybe 9 and 10, it was still pretty amazing and great. I started getting a little chubby at 9 or 10, and they said a few mean little things about it. And that was the first time anybody had been a little mean. And so hi, and so when I was 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, everybody loved me everywhere I went. When I went to the hardware store around town, my mom and dad would let me sit in the back seat without a seatbelt because it was the 80s and the rules and laws were different, and I could sit on the floor of the car and walk around in the back seat and lay upside down or do anything I felt like or something like that. And we didn't have to wear a seatbelt back then. I think it wasn't the law or something like that. But I don't want to get them in trouble. I don't know. But people didn't really wear a seatbelt back then in cars. And I was a little boy, and so I'd stay behind their seats on the ground, and they always loved me back then, and they used to be close to me physically, and there's never any awkward feeling. There's never any awkward feeling, and it was all taken away. It all started to be taken away when I went through puberty. And they would kiss me on the cheek. Both my mom and dad never felt anything funny to my private parts, never felt awkward. It was never bad. And they'd hug me and kiss me. And me and Kristen Taza, they'd hug us and kiss us, and they loved us and stuff when we were little. And and we had a really good upbringing. It was so long ago, and it was mostly all taken away when I was a teenager, and I had almost no close love, and it felt pretty bad. And people started being mean to me about the way that I looked, like with my face, like any little thing wrong, like how kids can be mean to other teenagers and kids, and about my body. Starting when I was 9 or 10, I ate a little too much food, and they thought that I was heavy, but it was traumatic. It was a traumatic experience. And there are two kids who walked up to me at soccer practice, and I must have been 8 years old or 10. I think I was 10. That was when I really started getting chubby. I was 10, and it was at soccer practice, and it had been a long day at soccer practice in the hot sun, and they made me take my shirt off around the other kids, and I felt like not confident about the way I looked, and I could barely even play soccer because I thought they were looking at my body not looking good. And I was walking home, like with all the other kids walking home. It was so fun back then. Everything was okay. Even when I was a little chubby kid, even when I was a little chubby, everything was okay back then. It was like in the warm sun and the grass and kids playing. I got to be a regular kid around the other kid, and it was so much better than this. And it was when I got to be around the other kids, and I didn't ever have to worry about being persecuted or anything like that. And everything was okay, even though they made fun of me for being chubby. And so I was 10, I was walking home, and they made a fake microphone with their hand, and they said, "Okay, so John, we're two experienced doctors, and we want to know, how come you're so fat?" And they ran off laughing. And they did it to me at the end of the day playing soccer. And they did it other times as I was older. They made me take my shirt off sometimes around the other kids when I was trying to play soccer or play basketball or do things like that in a gym kind of environment. But it wasn't the teacher's fault. They thought that it wouldn't bother the kids, but it humiliated me around the other children. And I was really worried about my body looking maybe out of shape or something. And I kept my shirt on almost at all times, even at the pool, because I felt so insecure or bad about the way that I looked, and I thought that they'd make fun of me because after how mean they were to me. So I always kept my shirt on, even at the pool and almost anywhere I went, starting when I was about 10 years old. And I was afraid to eat out in public at a restaurant starting from when I was about 12 or a teenager until I was 25 years old or 26. I couldn't enjoy one bite of food because I thought they were all looking at me, and I thought that they'd say, "Oh, he's so fat." And if I actually tried to enjoy it, they'd say, "Look at him enjoying all that food when he looks that way." And so I thought they thought I was fat, so I was traumatized by it, and I kept my shirt on even as a teenager when I looked like a model. I looked really good up to like by senior year in high school. I looked like a model, and I had abs, but I didn't realize because I thought you had to always look perfect. You know, like at any angle, I thought you had to always look good. Like I didn't understand that people sometimes ate food and didn't look as good or stuff like that. And I kept my shirt on and hid this part of my body because it was an issue until something snapped in my head when I was like 25 or 26. I started working out like crazy. I had been bedridden working so hard and learning how to do Genius editing and stuff for 9 months. And I went from that to trying to make it a whole entire feature film, and I had to quit the whole production and had gotten into a grad school, an elite grad school at well, it was only the number 13 back then, but it became one of the best on earth after I was there. And I got into a really good grad school, and I was working at the school, an internship, and commuting in a car 6 hours a day. And it was so hard to do that I started having panic attacks and chest pains. And I also had a scholarship to attend. It was a really good school, and it was working about the hours of 3 full-time jobs a day, maybe 16 hours a day, literally 16 hours a day, every day, pretty much every day. And I couldn't do it. So I had to quit the internship up at Universal Studios. It was with a development company, a big producer who discovered The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. And at the time they were producing The Scorpion King, and I had a script of it to take home, and I could read it before it was released and before it was produced. I think they were going to film it in Hawaii or somewhere, and I didn't get to go and film it with them. And I quit the internship, and then I didn't have to commute 6 hours a day from down in Orange where I was getting my MFA at Chapman University, because I couldn't do it. And they said, it's an immersion program. You only have to take full-time classes. Don't get an outside job. Don't take any additional classes. But I took an additional internship, and maybe even another one or something, way more than I was supposed to. And because I was so worried of how am I going to pay for the school as a private school. I only had somewhat of a scholarship to attend, and I thought it was too expensive for my dad to pay for it, because I didn't have to have a job, and they were paying for me to go to school. And so I was so worried that I wasn't doing enough, and so I tried to work really hard, and I got panic attacks and chest pains. I thought I was going to die of a heart attack. I was so worried. And so that was in grad school, and it just, something changed in my brain, and I started acting like a little bit like a jerk. And for the first time in my whole life, I started acting like pretty mean, like a pretty mean jerk. I was a vegan. I became like an angry vegan. I gained 40 pounds of muscle in probably a few months, or I don't know, maybe a little longer than that. And I was super good looking, and I became probably one of the best athletes in all of Southern California. I was probably one of the best athletes in all of Southern California, and I chose what I was hoping my physique to look like, and it was the statue of David, I think by Michelangelo. It was the statue of David, and I got the identical upper body physique that the statue of David looked like, and it was on my actual body. And I could, depending on the workouts I did and how hard I worked out, or what I was eating or not eating, I could change the shape of my chest, and I have different kinds of poses and definition I could do. And I was so stupid. Well, not stupid. I'm sorry. I only got one picture of all of it, of the really super good looking athletic shape that I got into. And I could pretty much pose with no shirt on all day for like sometimes 8 hours or 12 hours. Every little pose and different I visualized in my mind, and it became real in the way that I looked. And it was really good looking. I mean, it was, and like, okay, if I had worked really hard at school all day and did what I was supposed to, kind to them at school, as a regular kid, and I hadn't gotten a chance to work out say like I got home and it was 2 at night, 2 a.m. at night. I was not that careful with my body either. I worked out so hard to look really good, and I would work out like crazy, lift the heaviest weight. I didn't give a crap. I mean, I wouldn't have hurt anyone. And I lifted weights like really hard, no matter. I didn't have kids back then. I can't hurt my kids. I'd have to not let them. But I might get into that shape again. I'd like to get into that shape again because I had been chubby when I was younger, and I could, I pretty much looked perfect from every angle I could pose. I learned how to pose from every angle, from the angles that I had, things that I thought were that. I look so old now. I better get back in shape. I haven't been working out for a few days. I've been laying in a bed, so I better work out again. But like, if there's a place that didn't look good, like this or something, I can make that look perfect too. And I wasn't perfect, but now I look like crap when I talk about it. But that's how I looked back then. And I had felt so bad about it for at least 10 years. At least 10 years, the other kids made fun of me and stuff. And so when I was 25 or 26, I got really super athletic. And I'd jog, and it felt really good. It felt really good to jog in the warm sun. And I really liked it. And I looked really good looking. The second physique during that time that I tried to achieve to look really the same way was Brad Pitt in Fight Club, and I didn't get to look identical to Brad Pitt in Fight Club besides one time when I was outside on my balcony. I think I pulled it off one time. One pose. I actually pulled it off out there. People were watching and stuff. I did that. I pulled it off one time, like, and but the rest of the physique that I had could look, there was definition in every part of my upper body. And the weird thing, and I worked out my legs too. But before that, I had been bedridden for 9 months working to make a masterpiece film, because before I was bedridden, I tried to work in Los Angeles at regular jobs, and it made me so sad and depressed that I couldn't do it, and it hurt my back. And I couldn't even walk around the Universal theme park at Universal theme park when I got a job there, and there's no way to really work in movies there. It was the theme park that's different from the movies, and it made me feel so bad that it gave me a really bad back pain. It's really weird that I'd have a back pain. I haven't had them for 15 years or 20 years or something. Because once I found strength training, I didn't have to. When you're careful, you have to learn about strength training so you don't get hurt lifting weights. You have to. When I first started lifting weights, I would do it in kind of cheap ways. Like, I'd put a backpack on my backpack filled up with weights and do push-ups. And sometimes that would hurt my back because it wasn't really the best way to do it. Because when I couldn't make it to the gym, I would do stuff like that at home, and I didn't have a bunch of really good weights at home. But I had some really good weights. I had 2 like 75-pound dumbbells, I think. Unless they're 40-pound dumbbells. They could have been only 40 pounds. I think they were 40 pounds. I don't know. I got up to 175 pounds. That was my ideal weight. That was my ideal weight. And I looked like some like kind of like a gladiator, like a Roman, one of those guys who had like a really perfect body. And now I've gained weight. I weigh 60 pounds heavier than I did then. Now I weigh 60 pounds heavier, but I have more muscle. I gained muscle at another time in my life after that. I gained maybe 20 more pounds of muscle. So I have a different kind of body. I'm stronger than I even was back then when I was 175 pounds. But wow, I was pretty strong in athletic. And so I would jog back then, and I'd like to get in really good shape again. I haven't worked out in days, and this is how I look. But since I was filming those videos earlier, I used the bathroom a bunch, and it made me look skinnier. And so, hi. But that makes me feel good to look in really good shape. But ideally, I'd like to be around Danica and the kids. That makes me feel, well, God makes me feel the best. And also, I love Danica and the kids. I'm supposed to be kind to others, of course, because God says to be kind to others. But really, I like to be with Danica and the kids. I have God and Jesus already. It's not enough. I cry usually every day. I never want to fornicate. I haven't had sex. I haven't had sex in 7 years. I maybe don't need to ever again, but I'd cry and maybe die or something if I don't get to be with Danica and the kids. Some people have already suffered. I've suffered without her at home I've suffered at home alone with nobody there to hug, no one there to love, no one there to kiss or hug or love for 14 years. When you add up every day and every night, when you add up every day and every night that I suffered alone, 14 years alone. I suffered 14 years alone. And I'm 47 now. And it's felt so bad having to suffer alone without getting to hug Ayla. And I shouldn't have mentioned the thing about being with Mama in a way that makes a baby or whatever. But we're not gonna. We might do that. We might make a baby when we get to be together again. And with God you can do anything. And so as a couple, we may be able to make a baby, because it's been a huge, long wait to get my wife and kids back. And I think God's love will be so great and so empowering of us and all these other people in our lives, and we'll have really fun lives, and everything will be okay when I get to be with her and the kids again, and she's really in love with me, and she'll really be with me. And I think that we'll be able to make a baby even when she's 49, or maybe if we have to in her early 50s. And that's a little older to make a baby, but with God you can do anything. And I'm planning to make a baby with her, and maybe more than one baby. And that's what I hope for, that we can get together and make a baby. I look a little different in this one than the videos earlier in this video because I put makeup on. This is Dada. Hi. And I use the bathroom, I look skinny or whatever. Hi. But I don't know. When I first started filming, I wasn't thinking about the way I looked. I just felt like talking and hadn't done anything about the way I looked for days. And so I hope to see Ayla. I hope to see Ayla and Rowan and Ivan and Mama. And before I filmed all these videos today, I woke up from sleep and I felt really good, like I used to when I was a teenager. I knew I was older, and I felt like this guy who was once a rock star, who was one of the guys in the band, but not like the most famous lead singers, and pretty much, and so I almost like thought, I don't even know who that is, and it was so sad, because God had empowered me, and then because I missed going right to Texas, while I felt empowered and I had plenty of sleep and really good, I was going to go right to Texas, get a plane flight and go. But I got a little afraid and I didn't go. And it brought down God's love a little bit, and it made it like I was the same as some other rock star out there who has played huge stages with the biggest bands on earth. And he was like a guy in the band who wasn't as famous as the really famous guys, and he had gotten like a little chubby, but he was good looking, and I felt like I really related to him, but it was awful. I thought maybe he's one of the other ones who knows who he is, used to be in a rock band in the 80s or something like and I didn't know, and it felt like this, it felt like I really brought it down. Like it hurt my chest or heart. It would have hurt my chest or heart, the love in my chest or heart, if it wasn't so godly and good when I had woken up and felt like I did as a teenager, almost ready to go to Texas. But I was a little afraid, and by that small second guessing, it brought it down a little bit to him, and it was almost godly that I was really like him. For some reason, I was really like that guy, and he's like a rock star who had gotten a little chubby, and he was still good looking and looked young. But he was like maybe 40 or 30 something. He could have been 28. And I cried after that for him. I cried after that, and I said, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were somebody special I was supposed to be like. I thought it was like some other guy who's not me, and I thought, I don't know who that is. And then after that it brought it down a little bit, but it was so godly and good. The sun was out. It felt like I could go out there and almost do anything. It was really godly, like I could go out there and be a movie star or get her and the kids. I was going to go to Texas and get her and the kids. And then when it brought it down a small amount, it was still godly and almost like heaven. And I felt almost identical to that guy. Who had gained a little weight after being a skinny, young rock star. He had like eye makeup on and long hair, and this is right before I filmed this take or whatever of these videos talking about my biography, and that's why I look a little different. My hair looks a little different. I put eye makeup on. And in the other videos, I think I was gonna put an AI filter to try to look younger or something like that, because I didn't really get ready to look really good before. But this is the cool thing that I liked, is that it was godly and good. And because I'm an editor in my life, I'm not only a lead actor. I'm supposed to get everything really right the first time. Like, those are used as a parable, editor and actor. Like an actor is, okay, like when you do things really good and get it the best the first time, and everything clicks, or works really well the first time you do things out there in real life around others, or you say something the best the first time when you're supposed to, in the moment, and you have faith, and with God you can do it in the moment, like God, almost like God would have done those things, really godly and good, without second guessing, knowing beyond knowing your heart, and you get it right and do things really good. That's how things are really supposed to be. And for some, okay, I can maybe do those things. I'm supposed to work at those things and be that way. And I'm also an actor, so that's kind of like getting things right in the moment. But somehow God made me an editor of videos, to like go back after it's filmed and do things and change it and make it a little different and stuff like that. And and so I can go back, like, after, if I miss like a really good special moment, but I got something right about it, I can do something to work on that and go back and do something so it's I can work. It's like an editor works with whatever footage he happened to get of the movie. It might not be the best sometimes, but I can edit it, and I work really hard at editing or whatever, and then it looks really good, even if some of the footage is not that great. But maybe there'd be some really good there are some really good things in there, and some things that were like not as good as they could have been, and I can edit it and it looks really good. And so that's a godly ability that God gave me as an editor. And it's been sad that sometimes almost all I did was like be the least of others. I had to suffer the last of others. And so to humble myself, release them. But it wasn't really that way. It wasn't really that way in high school as I had thought it was when I got older. I got a little bitter about it for a while, and then I was like, it was pretty good. It was pretty fun. I got along with everybody. In high school. But it's a miracle that I learned how to be an actor and do things right, really good in the moment. But I'd like to go out there in real life and really do those real things again, because something awful happened with my life, and I've been hiding behind I've been filming and editing on phones. But something terrible happened in my life, and I've been filming on phones and computers, and filming at home and editing and communicating to people with text. And I've been in my own home for 10 years, for a house before I lived in this one, and this house that I've been in since 2016, since fall of 2016, and it's 2025. Hello. And so I probably should go out there and socialize more. But these awful persecutions happened to me starting in 2017, a year after I got to this house. And I had been working on a house before this that I stayed at most of the time since since fall of 2015 or summer of 2015, since fall of 2015 to about 2017, and then I was heavily persecuted. They told me I wasn't allowed to film in public 12 times. Authorities or people making legal threats. And it really frightened me every one of those times. And then after that, I was persecuted. And that's been the worst thing. That's been not, well, yeah, the end time stuff and the persecution. And the persecution and the end time stuff was persecution, maybe. And the maybe not. And that was the worst. The feeling like I had to go through the end times. Feeling like I had to go through the end times. That was scary, and having to be like Jesus and do like really scary stuff like going into Jerusalem. But they showed me this hell stuff that could have been way worse than they did to Jesus. And I tried to face all of it. And the real Jesus was there for me. And Jesus made it so I didn't have to go through the worst of it. And Jesus made it easy for me, comparatively, but it was so frightening. And I had to be put in a hospital. And they let me go about a week later. They said it was okay, and I went home. And for some reason, I was persecuted other times, but I don't want to talk about what happened because I'm still afraid about it to this day. And that's why I didn't know if I was going to go to see Danica and the kids in Texas, or I'd just go out there and start doing stuff out, at work, or see her and the kids. It's pretty much what it would be. What else would there be if they try to punish me for saying I'd just go out there all the time? Why would you just go out there all the time unless you had the money to and liked to, or God would like you to? That's why. The real reason is because God would like you to. But I have to make enough money for me, her, and the kids. So if I go out there, I'd like to see her and the kids, and to work in movies and doing work that I like. Maybe getting to play music and sing again if I get really good looking again. I was good looking when I started filming this take, or whatever it's called, this shot. It's called a shot. I was afraid to say. This shot started looking really good looking at the beginning of it. I don't know what I look like now. And I don't know what to do. So I don't. And so I think what I'm supposed to do now is I have to try to get Danica and the kids. I don't know how I'm going to do that, because she hasn't written back in 3 weeks today, and today's our anniversary. But I got to talk to her a little on the phone. I got to talk to her a little on the phone 2 days ago, I think. 2 days ago. And so, she said I have to go to a hotel to see them in Texas. I don't know why she's angry at stuff from 10 years ago. But something terrible happened in my life, and I've been filming on phones and computers, and filming at home, and editing and communicating to people with text. And I've been in my own home for 10 years. For the house before I lived in this one, and this house that I've been in since 2016, since fall of 2016, and it's 2025. Hello. And so I should probably go out there and socialize more. Okay, so I was born in 1977. I had blonde hair. Within 2 years, they said I had really big balls. All the nurses said I had really big balls. I don't know. I didn't understand why until I started talking about it in this video. It makes sense. Wow. Some cojones or whatever they say about it. That means that you're not afraid to do really big things. And I went out to California when I was 19 to be famous. I went out there by myself and to work as a director and filmmaker and video creator. I didn't call it famous back then. I didn't know what to really call it. But it was my work. It was my good work. That was art, film, music, and creative writing, stuff like that. That I could do all of those things and put them into films and movies. And that was my reason for making movies. Others are only a director and more because they hire genius musicians and genius actors and stuff like that to be in the movie, and people like that. And for some reason I thought I'd be the most brilliant genius artist to have ever lived, because I thought I was the best at creative writing and screenwriting. That's one thing I did. The second thing I did was music and singing. I was really a genius at music and singing, playing drums, guitar, singing. I play a little bass and other things, but acting, comedy acting, serious cool acting. I'm really good at serious cool acting when I get to study the lines and I really get to do acting instead of trying to, do a bunch of producing and responsibility to do all those other things. If I'm actually getting to act and I've rehearsed a bunch, then I'm really, really good. And I'm a genius at acting. And I haven't really gotten to act other than in small ways in these videos that I've done for the past 10 years, unless it was in 2013 when I starred in Rednecks, when that was my third feature film that I ever wrote, directed, produced, and starred in. I'm a movie star. Don't act like I haven't done this, but in the past 10 years, I haven't done a bunch of acting. Before then, when I was a student at Chapman University, when I got into that really athletic shape, that I then had to produce my first my whole feature film, a whole feature film that had to look really good quality and as genius and good of a movie as possible, or had to do a really good job and make it really, really good. And it was my first movie I ever did, and I also acted, and it was trying to look perfect. So by the time I filmed it, that really amazing super physique that I had, that looked like that looked like it was superhuman, like the statue David. By the time I filmed, I gained 7 pounds of fat on top of it, and it didn't really show the definition. I was still athletic, but by the time I filmed the entire movie, I couldn't hold it all together. I couldn't go through all the script and be the script supervisor and director and writer and actor and producer and line producer, UPM, unit production manager, all those various jobs. I couldn't get everything done. I had all the responsibility to make a whole movie, not only the director but also the producer and almost all the other jobs besides a small crew of a few people who were film students and other people who I hired. I hired the CEO of Bolex Cameras. If you've ever heard of Bolex Cameras, Bolex Digital, he wasn't CEO back then. He was my friend Joe Rubenstein and other cinematographers like John Lazier and Roy Kurt Loyan. These really good cinematographers. They were professional. and I looked up their reels and hired them here and there if they weren't too expensive to hire to operate camera on a movie. And I filmed a movie of me as the main actor, but I had to do all the responsibility of getting the movie made. And so, yeah. And so, here's the thing, is that, hi, I'm looking good looking. That's pretty good. I like this. I like how I look good looking. This is pretty cool. I like this. This looks really good. So this is getting good. I'm starting to look really good looking. Okay. So I'm the writer, director, producer, and star of 3 feature films. One of them was filmed on sound stages with permits in Los Angeles. Real movie. I filmed a real movie. And it was my student film at Chapman University, the biggest budget student film of any of the other students at the time that I made the film. They did have one kid make $1 million movie years later. He made $1 million student film, and one of my professors had made $100,000 student film at USC when he was a student, and he was the chair of the department, and I made an $80,000 film back then, and with inflation today, that's $155,000 budget, and my mom paid with her money she earned as a real estate agent. So that's pretty cool. That I made $155,000 budget, and I had a scholarship to attend the school. So the scholarship paid for some of the budget of the movie, I think, because I was good at working on movies and stuff. And I got a scholarship, a merit-based scholarship, to attend Chapman University. It's now the number 4 film school. It's been rated higher than UCLA Film School. It's really that good now. They did TEDx. Steven Spielberg was there. Arnold Schwarzenegger was there. Both of them were there when I was on campus. And many other famous people and stuff. And I went to that school and got my MFA. And then, well, I really miss Ayla. I should probably be there for Danica, Ayla, Roan, and Ivan, but this is cool. This is like I'm really starting to grow long hair. This is actually, I don't mean to sound like a jerk or something, but hey, this is really cool. So I may fly to Texas looking like a rock star with this makeup on. So that might be pretty fun and different, because sometimes I had to look old around Mama and the kids and stuff, and do whatever I was supposed to be a good father to them, to the children, and to my children. And so here's the thing, is that the thing in it. So what I'd like to do is tell you more about my biography. Well, starting when, I was born in 1977, had blonde hair, had really big balls. By the time I was 3, I had dark hair. I had really dark hair, and I looked really attractive and really good looking. And the ages of 5, 6, 7, and 8, I had everything, like the best life I could have ever had as a child. And my face was very good looking. My mom was very good looking, and I got that from her. And my dad was really good looking too. But my mom was so good looking that she didn't even know if my dad was that good looking or not. But they were both really good looking. My dad was good looking as a young man too. And my mom was the campus queen of Brooklyn College. They voted her campus queen, so she was really good looking, and even more than my dad, who was cool and good looking or whatever when they were young, and they're okay, they look great, and so then, and this is like Nornie's house. Nornie, my grandmother, who passed away at 100. They still own her condo. They still own her condo in Staten Island, New York, or she, they still own her, Noni's condo in New York after she passed away, so we can go see it. It's kind of like this, the way this looks now. And so I gotta try to get to Texas somehow and get Danica and the kids. So this is more about a biography about me, or about me. It's not a biopsy. I don't have cancer. I don't have a disease. I'm not afraid to talk about it. We have to be ready for God at any time, at all times. We have to be ready for God if He wants to take us to heaven. We got to be ready. We have to live for God and Jesus. It's not about looking really cool and young or something like that, like I kind of feeling good about. But it's about living for God and Jesus. Love others, kindness to others. Don't be led into temptation to lust. Be kind to others. Love others as you would yourself. Be kind to others. Forgive others if they're mean to you. And don't worry if they hurt your body. Worry if they could corrupt your soul in hell. Worry about those people. And those are the only ones we're supposed to be afraid of. And get away from them swiftly like deer. This is all stuff from the Bible. It's not me preaching my ways on you. Get away from them swiftly like deer if you have to. And we have dominion on the animals. So if you really felt like eating an actual deer, you could. But it's not really my thing. I prefer vegan. But you can eat meat if you want, because we have dominion on the animals. It's called dominion over the animals. And so what else did I do? So this is about me. So when I was trying to say it those other times, when I was 5, 6, 7, and 8, it was like a really, really good dream. Like everything was really good. And I went to Moore's hardware store, and one time I remember they had all these like glass windows lined up, and you could flip through them and choose a window that you wanted to replace in your house. And back then they had like big pieces of glass in it, and they're easy to break. And I accidentally broke one of the whole things, and I don't know if they paid for it or what. And I got in trouble. But whoa, back then I didn't get in trouble. I didn't know any better. And if I got in trouble, they didn't get angry at me. They didn't spank me. They didn't do anything bad to me at all. And I got to that was the miracle of back then. Why did I say I got in trouble? I didn't even know what it was. It was something that I didn't do intentionally. I was playing in the store and something broke. I didn't know any better. I wasn't liable for what I had done. And that was the thing. I don't know why I said I got in trouble, but I didn't get in trouble. I hadn't done anything wrong. And my parents didn't spank me, and they didn't, everything was always okay. I don't know how the glass broke in it. And everybody loved me, and they talked to me sometimes. Like when my mom would have me out in public, and somebody would go right up to me, and they'd talk to me, and they loved me, and they were nice, and they liked talking to me, and everybody was nice and good. There's nothing ever mean about it, and it was like a good dream. And there was almost no sin that I was aware of. And then in pre-kindergarten, well, earlier than pre-kindergarten, like when I was 4, my mom was a real estate agent. She brought me to some house, and I was running in the backyard in the country in the early 80s, on a sunny day, like a good dream. And it was beautiful and sunny and warm. And I jumped on an old log, and and all these hundreds of bees came out, and the bees stung all over my body, and I had little red marks all on my entire body. They stung me hundreds of times, and they had to bring me to the emergency room, and they brought me to the emergency room, and I guess I was okay somehow. And that was one of the times I went to the hospital. But I think they got me my own hospital bed, and I had to stay in there overnight or something, or for a week, or I don't know, a few days. But it was like a good dream back then. Nothing felt bad. Nothing that I remember ever felt bad. Even the bee stings. And it was like a good dream, and I didn't know. I wasn't afraid of anything. And then one time, my mom and dad brought me home to the house that I was born at. Or not born at, I was born at the hospital, and they brought me there after the hospital, or whatever we were talking about. And at the end of the driveway, my mom let me run out of the car, and there was a big milk jug like this, but she had filled it up with bleach to clean the driveway, and it was just in a regular milk jug, and I thought it was milk, and it was this really happens to be here. And I ran to it, and I opened up at the top of it, and I thought it was milk, and I tried to drink it, and it had bleach in it. And I could barely breathe or something like that. And they brought me to the emergency room again, and they did a tracheotomy on my neck. See if you can see it. And they had to cut open my neck when I was like 4 years old, and they did a tracheotomy. Some people call it a tracheostomy. And they had to put a breathing tube. They had to put a breathing tube into my neck so I could breathe or something. And they gave me the thing was that they gave me Ipecac to try to get me to throw it up, and it got stuck in my throat or something. And they had to give me a tracheotomy, they called it. And my mom, growing up, would put scarves on all of us to keep us warm, to keep our necks and chest warm so we wouldn't get sick. And she liked us, and when we were kids, we liked being warm. We liked to be warm instead of cold. And we ate very soft foods with nothing sharp. Ketchup was almost like a spicy food, and we never had ketchup or mustard at home, and we didn't have it when we went to Hardee's. We liked going to Hardee's, and we wouldn't get pickles because they were too sharp and strong, and we had soft features, and we were good looking, like me and my mom. I was really good looking as a kid, I guess. And back then it was a different time, and we didn't, everything was okay. We were like, my mom was like a supermodel looking person. She was really, really good looking because they voted her campus queen of all of Brooklyn College. They had thousands of people, maybe 30,000 people at the school, and she was voted campus queen. And so she still has the trophy, whatever it was, a trophy or something. She's 79, now. And it was traumatic what I went through as a teenager with how they looked down on me for every inch of my face. And I was a regular kid, but I wasn't used to feeling that bad about the way I looked. And first, it started when I was 9 or 10. They started calling me chubby or fat. Fat was a word they often used. They called me fat. And it just made everything bad. And so I started feeling bad about about my weight, and I would just keep a t-shirt on and look pretty normal. And then and when I became a teenager, then my face started growing like a big teenager, almost into a man. And they're just mean. People started being mean to me instead of loving me and being kind to me. And it was like, it was just terrible. And I eventually had to leave. I made friends. I was really popular and cool, but I was so insecure. I couldn't believe the things that they thought or said about, like, little things about the way my face looked. Instead of loving me about ever when I was 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, they all loved me around town. It was like a really good dream. And during that time when they all loved me around town, these other bad things happened. Well, I drank the ammonia in the gallon of what I thought was milk. And they had to do that tracheotomy, and I was in the hospital for a few days. All the bees stung me. All the bees stung me. Hundreds of them, all are on my body. And I was in the hospital for a few days during that. But it was like a good dream. Everything was okay about it. It didn't hurt like it does now. It didn't feel bad like it does now. They weren't mean like they are now. Sometimes, they're still pretty mean. I don't know if it's ever going to be okay. If I get back Danica and the kids, maybe it'll be like a good dream. We'll be really famous. I can get really good looking again. So I feel really good. That's why I like looking good and feeling good about the way that I look. And so then then what happened was, oh yeah, I got a double hernia walking around Disneyland. I may have been 5, I may have been 4, 5, or 6, and it wasn't Disneyland. It was Disney World. There's difference. It was Disney World in Florida. I didn't know what it was called. Sometimes they'd call it Disneyland or Disney World, and it was Disney World, and my mom and dad brought us there. And before then, they used to buy us really good Christmas presents every Christmas. That was one of our favorite holidays. We'd get a bunch of toys, and it was really a good holiday. We'd get all these presents, and they'd wrap them, and there'd be all these presents under the tree that they hand wrapped the night before or whatever, and they put them out as if Santa brought them. And it was really fun at Christmas. It was one of my favorite holidays. And I've had to suffer alone almost every Christmas for at least 10 years. And maybe also at times in California, I had to suffer alone on Christmas before I met Danica a couple times. It wasn't that bad. And but being away from my wife and kids on Christmas has been the worst. And these Christmases have been alone, and I couldn't be with my wife and kids, and it's been terrible to not have that love. And this is a crappy tree that I have for $40 that I was alone last year with that crappy tree as my only decoration. And it just doesn't feel that good. And when I got to this house, it didn't have heat in it. It didn't have any real working heat. I had to do work to the wood-burning stoves to put a new chimney in. Supposedly it's called a chimney as a flue, but I don't feel like saying the flue. People get sick or whatever. And so I had to get all the wood-burning stoves working. There was only, I had to get that wood-burning stove, and then later Tim put one downstairs. And the one in the guest house worked, but I didn't know how to burn firewood. And I had to renovate this whole house and get heat, but some of the heat was already here, but I just had to do work to it to get it working. They had baseboard electric and stuff, but I had to do work to it to get it working. It wasn't really working when I got here, so I had to do work to it to get it to work. And so when I got here, there were times when I went from having everything okay with my mom and dad and all growing up. All I had to do is turn a little switch on the air conditioning or the heat, and everything was always okay. It was never that bad. And then at this house, in the guest house, when I first got here and the heat wasn't installed yet, there's a time when the power went out and it was 32 degrees inside the guest house, and the wind blew off the window, and it was heavy raining. It was heavy raining inside the house, and for some reason it was 17 degrees outside of the house, but it was raining instead of snowing. I don't know why. And it was so cold, and I had on like 1 or 2 jackets and all my clothes and shoes on, sleeping in a bed, and I had to sleep that way at night in that kind of temperature. And I got to this house because it didn't have heat, and I had to go out there on a ladder on the roof of that guest house when it was raining, and I had to, and it was at night in a storm with no heat on, and so that it wouldn't rain into the house or it wouldn't damage it, I had to pick up a huge piece of plywood, and then so I had to go out on the roof in a storm when the electricity was out. There was no heat on in the middle of winter. It may have been January. I think it was January. Whoa. Something frightening happened there. And I had to go out on the roof of the guest house, which is a little steep, not that bad. And I had to use a screw gun with screws, and I had to screw on actually the panel of these like not that expensive roof panels of like this stuff that was at the time kind of stayed on. And then I think later that night I had to go out there in the freezing cold with coats on, at 2 coats that I was wearing, my own coat. I had to do it all by myself. Nobody helped me do any of that. I had to do all the responsibility all myself with God. God helped me. And then it was just, it's been way worse than that, you know, and I fixed it. And then, you know, it's been really bad, but I can't even really tell you about it. I can't even really tell you about it because I don't want people to then say, oh, those are the kinds of things that happen to you, so it'll probably happen again or something like that. So I can't even really tell you the worst of it. But it wasn't that bad. It was being persecuted. It was being persecuted. I was taken away to facilities. I was taken away to facilities when I hadn't done anything wrong. I hadn't done anything wrong. And they took me away to facilities, and they took away my license because they said they were doing a mental wellness check. And I don't know why. It was because I was a little angry at the 12 times they told me not to film, and I had been so frightened for years hiding away in my house. I got maybe a little angry by myself in my own house, but not to their faces or anything. And they picked up on it and were really reprimanding and mean to me. And they took me away to facilities like 5 times. And I was in there a total of 8 weeks in a hospital like jail. And I was too afraid to go to Texas today. It felt great. Like you could go out and see my family. And I've further hid in my house because of that. And I don't know what I'm going to do. And so I'm like afraid to go out in public, but and now I have some stalker, this bad stalker who's on my channel, and he tries to like see if he can call the police or something like that. And he's obsessed with trying to get my personal information. He'd found out the restaurant Al was staying at in his town, and might be a killer. He might literally be a killer, and I think I know who he is, and he watches like almost all my videos, and I have to worry about him like calling the police or something like that. And I have to sometimes pretend I'm not here or if I'm somewhere else, I can't let him know where my address is, because he like looked at pictures of the inside of the Airbnb where I was staying, and or the outside of it, and he could tell. He looked up all the Airbnbs in Los Angeles, and within less than an hour of me making a video about, hey, I'm in Los Angeles at this Airbnb, he knew where I was, and he started writing to businesses on the same street and saying blaspheming, mean, calumny, slander, bad things about me, to pretend that I was some bad guy to all the people around there. And he's crazy, and I have an obsessed, crazy fan, and he's the only one who's bad. Everyone else has been kind and good, and I'm glad that everybody else watches my videos. But he's been really mean, and he said that I was gay on a 4chan site, and he made it look like I was the one who was gay. And a gay man drove up to my house and was out there outside the house, and he was responding to an ad that the stalker put up saying that I was gay. And it's really bad. Like, he might show up here and try to kill me one day or something, or I don't know what. And he's tried to find where Danica lived, and he's harassed Danica and me. And he often comments on my channel about every day. And you know, I don't have the time to mess around with somebody like that. So God told me he'll fade into the distance, and not in that way. God told me that the way that he's going to fade into the distance is that I'll get so many comments on my channel and get more famous that he'll fade, and you know, I'll get so famous that he will literally be unable to even make comments that I see anymore. I won't be able to tell what comment is what. I'll be getting so many comments. We've done that before, like with the Ronald McDonald videos. I couldn't keep up with I couldn't read all the comments. So you know, it'll get at least that big or bigger, probably much bigger, because my channel wasn't in particular that big, but Danica's has been huge. Danica's channel has been huge. Like, she has, you know, like one time she just live streaming video at the height of her popularity, and the comments were going by so fast, one after another, that she couldn't read what they're saying. And she has a bunch of real fans. She has almost 1 million subscribers, and she has, I think, 700 million views. 700 million views on mostly the long form videos, not the vertical videos that earn less money than the regular videos like I'm filming now, and like how movies are, like the 16:9, or you know, all the various aspect ratios, the standard aspect ratios in film history and television history that are currently used today in movie theaters, like 1.85 to 1, 1.85 to 1. This part of the screen is like 1.85, and this part of the screen is 1. And the spaghetti westerns of the old days, Clint Eastwood, Sergio Leone directed some of my favorite movies. Those are 2.35 wide. They're really wide by one tall. And I don't know. And this is probably like, you know, some weekend night where people are out there doing fun stuff, and I'm at home making a video. Like it's been for 10 years. I haven't gone out there at night to enjoy myself for 10 years. It hasn't been fun. And instead of looking good and feeling young and stuff, and get or good looking, I used to call it good looking. I never had a problem with age until got a little heavy. Maybe still when I lose this fat, I won't have any problems with age. Maybe, and that's been a miracle. And but you know, I look a little older because I have some fat on me, and it kind of just made me like look a little older with some fat. But I'd like to go out there and look good and feel good around others and get to see them and stuff and feel okay. But I don't ever want to lust after anyone in real life. Really, I like to work out there singing, doing comedy, stuff like that. But instead, I stayed at home and was at home since 2015, working on my houses and making videos. And I paid all my bills for 10 years. I literally paid all my bills for 10 years from my own hard work. In the past few years, I haven't really been working on homes, but I clean up, I keep my house in good condition, and when repairs and if repairs need to be done, I do the repairs. It sounded like I heard a little mouse make a funny sound. I'm going to turn the lights on because it got dark. And so, this is the life story of John Birmingham. Okay, so here's the other cool things that happened. Well, we got up till I was about 8 years old, and all kinds of other different things that happened in my life. When I was younger, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 years old, I had an ideal, the best childhood, like a dream Everybody loved me everywhere I went out in public. I'm trying to think of other things that happened out in public. One of my dad's best friends was chubby. He was very big and fat. And before I had ever had any problems with being fat, when they made fun of me and called me fat in particular all those times, I said to him, without knowing there's anything wrong with it, I said to him, it was pretty bad. I didn't know. I said, "How come you're so fat?" I said it right to him as an innocent child. It must have made him feel so bad inside. A big man, a kind of big man. He was like, not that fat, but he was a little bit big. And he's one of my dad's best friends who was a real estate agent. He's either alive today or he passed away a few years ago. I don't recall. I think he passed away. It was pretty sad. I think he passed away. I think I cried about it earlier this year. And I don't know. I have to look him up again. Let's look him up. Let's see. So, when I called him fat, it may have hurt his feelings. And God says, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If you call anyone else fat, it comes back to you. And this one other kid in elementary school, I don't know why, this other girl was there, and I was there, and some other kid, and Jason or somebody. I don't want to say his name. I don't want to get in trouble. And I said, entering the fat blubber. And I did something like this, entering the fat blubber or something. And the girl laughed in the class. And it was when I was in elementary school before I got fat. And after that, I started getting chubby. It was the one thing that I did wrong. We're really fragile. We're really fragile human beings. And if we get one thing wrong, if we get something wrong, it could mess up all the godly good things in our life. But we're so far gone now. There's so much sin. Like, who knows? And I don't know if it's ever going to be okay. And I've been very sad. And maybe it'll be really good again one day. But if it starts getting really good, Don't be mean. Don't be mean or bad, because you don't want to mess it up. I'm going to look him up. Of course it looks terrible. I had to show that on camera. I think this is him. See if it's him. No, some other guy. Hey. Yeah, no. He passed away in 2017. When I was going through a small time of depression. I was sad in February of 2017. I was pretty sad. I didn't know if I'd get my house insured in time. I had all the money into the house, and my plan to make money at videos once I got out to the woods in a house that was insured that I could live in and big enough for me and the kids and stuff. And I had to get it insured. I didn't know if I could get it insured, and I was really worried. And I got really sad. I didn't know if I could make it. He died. This man who knew my dad. He was best friends with him, and he rented a house from him. He died in 2017. Okay, so here's what. Whoa. Okay, so so here's what else happened in my life. Okay, when I was a kid and everything was like a good dream, I had all these little Star Wars characters that I'd get at Christmas, or I got the Star Wars characters from this place called Field Day. And it was so fun to go there. It was this school that had a field day open to the public, and I went there in pre-kindergarten, I think for 2 years or something. And they had a field day, and the bigger kids who had old Star Wars characters would sell them at field day, and you could get the coolest Star Wars characters there were, and all kinds of them there for like really cheap. And when I was a little kid, I got a bunch of them there. And it was one of my favorite things to go to field day. And it was so long ago that, it was in the 80s, the early 80s and the 80s, that people remember Led Zeppelin, and Led Zeppelin was still young. And Led Zeppelin played this, I don't mean to sound like a jerk, but the music of Led Zeppelin was popular was good at that school. And it was like something from the 70s that the young girls, it was the first time I was interested in young girls. And I used to, when I was a boy, I thought they were so pretty, and I wanted to marry one of them one day. And I liked girls. I've never been attracted to a man in that way, and I've never been a homosexual in any way. There's never been even the smallest tendency. I'm probably one of the most non-gay people that there is that I've ever met of anyone, and I don't want to. And one time I was actually almost tempted to see, like, but I'm never gonna do it. I know I'm never gonna do it. I don't want to, because I know now it's wrong, and it's a good thing I didn't even like it my whole life. It wasn't something I was attracted to. I thought, like, if it's something that I wasn't attracted to. But girls, I liked girls when I was younger, but I'm not supposed to like more than one. I'm not supposed to be attracted to girls. I'm attracted to my wife, however she is, old, young, however she looks and however she is. It's a miracle she likes to look good. It's a miracle God let her have her. God gave her her looks and her health and stuff like that, and so she looks pretty good. And I think she looks good, and she's about my age. And Danica, and she's famous. I think at one time she was really famous. And when you looked up Danica, her first name, it was all the first search results on YouTube, ahead of Danica Patrick, the race car driver. That's how famous she was. And that's what we worked at since we were in LA. We weren't mean about it. We were never mean about it. And it was a godly work that we did, and we could talk about how we were going to work at those things, and it was fun to talk about. And I had her to talk about my work. And now it's like she hasn't been there for 8 years. She hasn't been with me for 8 years. And my mom and dad like talking about working on homes. They like talking about real estate. And it's something God gave them to work at the same stuff that whatever, I don't know what else they do, but they have a special relationship. I know a bunch more about what they do, but they relate to one another because they also went to Catholic schools as kids in Brooklyn. It was a way different time. It was like the 50s. I think they met in the 50s or 1960 or 61 or 62. I think they met in 61 or 62 or 1961 or 62. And they've been together ever since. That was like, they're 79, and Danica, she's plenty for me, and I'm supposed to love her no matter how she looks, no matter how old, anything like that, because God married us. And if she was really bad and sinful, and she's not, then but she's not really bad and sinful, and she's pretty good. So however she looks, but she, at one time we worked at, we didn't try to be like those people like Brad Julina or Brad. They just call him Brad, and it was like a little cheesy or something. But it was something, I don't know. It wasn't something like that we were trying to do, but we tried to get really famous for even our first name, our first names too. So like, more than our entire name, or our whole name. But it's been awful. This best-selling novelist, John Birmingham, shows up in the search results before me, and he's been there the whole time that I've looked up my name on the internet. And I often would show up at the I'm usually I'm on the first page, but a little further down the first page, and it's awful. And I think when I get some money, I'm going to advertise on Google. He's like a genius at Google or something. He knows how to put the search words and show up on Google, I think, or it's because he's a real best-selling novelist. I don't know, but I think he's good at the Google search results. He's a writer, and I don't know why, but he shows up at the first search results. And I'm determined. I before I die, or soon, or any day now, when I get some money, I think I'd like to advertise on Google and have me all the top search results. I've never done something like that to get on Google. It's hard work and our real actual work, and promoting it ourselves without spending much budget. But of course, we've spent money on advertising, stuff like that. I've spent thousands of dollars on advertising. It sucks that I haven't spent more. As a filmmaker, I should probably spend more than that on advertising. My business stuff hasn't gone too huge, but the distribution companies distributed my 2 movies, but I haven't spent much on advertising. Maybe $8,000. It's not much, or 10,000, or something like that, or 12,000. I haven't spent too much to advertise. And on my channel, those are all real views that I actually got from putting my work on there. I don't know why it's so small compared to what it should be, is billions of views for how good my work really is, that I worked really hard at. And it pretty much hasn't gotten discovered yet, even though my movies got distributed, they got distribution. It hasn't gotten it hasn't gotten as many views as I think it hasn't gotten the audience that I think that it deserves, that my work deserves. And so when I was 8, when I was 8, I got a little chubby, or 9 or 10. I think it was 9 or 10. And all those good things happened when I was like 5, 6, 7, 8. I was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and probably as a baby, I had it really, really good before that. Up until I was about 8 years old, that was I had everything really good. I didn't have a fat neck or anything like that, like I do now, and everyone was kind to me everywhere I went in the town, and there's never anything bad, and it was like really good back then. But I don't want to go back to then, because I thought maybe I'd start acting like how I was back then, or for some reason I started thinking that I was maybe without, maybe I didn't sin back then and I was like really good. I thought maybe if I had died back then, I'd go right to heaven, and I had hoped that maybe, I didn't know what, but I thought maybe back then I was really good, so I thought maybe I'll be like that and I won't sin, and I'll be really kind and good. But I didn't really know what I was doing back then. I didn't know much about anything, and I was like a little boy. He was like, there was never any joke about me. There's never any joke about those kinds of things. Like I didn't really have a sense of humor. I didn't understand why something would be funny. But of course, I probably laughed at things here and there if something funny little thing happened, and I had these little characters, these toys. I had like, I'm trying to think of when I got G.I. Joes. I'm trying to think of when I got G.I. Joes, but that was when I was a little older. I got G.I. Joes, maybe like 8. I got like G.I. Joes and He-Man and stuff like that. And I had those little characters, and I would play with them. And my mom and dad put out a nativity with like Jesus in the manger and stuff. I had to put all my characters, like Star Wars characters and stuff. They called them characters back then. And I'd have them all standing up in line, like waiting to see Jesus in the manger or something. And they had that, but then my mom and dad actually bought me a bunch of toys. Is anybody in here? No. Yeah, they do. And so and my mom and dad would buy me a bunch of stuff at Christmas time. And then that one Christmas, I think maybe I was 5 or 6 or 7, they brought us to Disney World. And I remember we didn't get any toys. We didn't get any toys on Christmas. And they had spent money on a vacation. And they said, well, because we spent money on a vacation, there are no toys. And to me, it was like, it felt like it felt like so sad, because at Christmas we got all these toys and things, like a bicycle and all these different things. We had all these all these really good toys that they wrapped every little present. I really liked getting a present, getting to open it up and see what it was, and it was really fun. And it was my favorite holiday. And a birthday. Birthdays were fun too. And I got to feel like a star on my birthday. You know, like everybody loved me. I didn't know what a star was, but I know everybody loved me everywhere I went, and everything was okay. And then wait. Oh yeah, in Disney World, they didn't give us any birthday presents. And maybe it felt really bad or something. I don't know. It's sad. They didn't mean to. And then so we were walking around Disneyland, and they didn't put me in the stroller. Like I was a little too big. I was like a little too big to be in a stroller. I was like a little too old, but they would roll me around in it sometimes. Like it felt so weird being a kid. Like sometimes it felt like, why do they do those? You know, like you didn't know if you were supposed to be normal or what, but it's normal to be a little kid. Even if they had to walk around in diapers or something, don't be embarrassed about it. And so and it was funny, and it was fun. But see, at Disney World, I didn't sit in the stroller, and I had to walk around a bunch. And they kept walking around the whole amusement park, the entire amusement park. And I was exhausted, and my legs hurt, and I didn't know how to ask to sit in the stroller. And so I kept walking, and it felt like my like here something got like weak, and I could only walk really slow. And I was unable to walk as fast. And they said, why are you doing that? And like, you know, or whatever, or something like that. They asked why I was unable to walk, and it kind of hurt. But I didn't know if it hurt. It just, like, I didn't get pain back then when I was a little boy. It felt like it was like really tired, and I couldn't move it to walk. I couldn't move my legs to walk it, not to walk it. I couldn't move my legs to walk anymore. It was like in slow motion, and it was like in those dreams. It was like in those dreams. When I was a child, it was like a good dream. Like, you know, when like, one time I had a dream about like a tiger almost attacking me, and it was in slow motion. I could not lift my arm. It was like in slow motion. I couldn't move fast enough or something. And so back then it was like a really good dream the whole time. And even when I had to be hospitalized, like for a hernia, I had a double inguinal hernia on both sides as a little boy. And I guess I had walked around Disney World feeling bad or something. I don't know why. And so they had to give me a surgery, I think, in Florida. I don't know. And I got a double inguinal hernia. And it was it was, I don't remember much of it. It was like my legs felt like I couldn't walk anymore. It was like slow to move them, but I didn't feel any actual pain. I think there's like a slight pain, but not anything that bad. It was like the muscles were so slow and sore, I couldn't move my legs anymore to walk. And so I had to sit in the stroller, and then they brought me to the doctor, and they found out I needed to get a double hernia operation. And so I had to get that when I was a little boy. And I still have a kind of scar that you can see, that I'm not going to show. And so then, so this is pretty good. This is pretty good. This is awful what happened after that. Sometime when I was a teenager, well, this body looks terrible right now. It looks so out of shape and bad looking. And so sometime when I was a teenager, I heard it again. Before college, I tried to skateboard down these big steps the first day of school. I thought maybe I was supposed to go out there and skateboard and get really famous or something like that, like Jim Morrison or something. And that's why I would try to go to different schools. I thought maybe like I'd be like those people you heard dropped out of school and became a famous singer or something. And so I went out there to skateboard, and I skateboarded down like 6 steps, and I landed so hard that it felt like it hurt that place where I had a hernia. But it didn't, and I didn't realize it. And years later, I found out that it was only inflammation. And the way to make it go away is you put on a pack of ice. You put a pack of ice on, and it makes the inflammation go down. And that's I think the only thing that I had to learn about that. And it had bothered me here and there. And then when I found strength training, I never, here and there would get sensitive. I put ice on it. And then for 10 years now, I haven't had a problem with it. And if I ever do, I would put an ice pack on it, and the swelling, the inflammation goes away. Or used to. But I haven't had that problem anymore. And I got like really strong and healthy because I did strength training and worked out with weights. And but I've been pretty heavy. Nowadays, I'm really heavy. These days, I've been really heavy, like a little too much body fat. Like, look, and so it's not that bad. I'm thankful for all I have. I'm not really fat, but I'd like to look better. But I'm not that bad. I'm thankful for the way everything is right now. But I don't know. And so I think that's most of about how it was. I think that's about most of how it was when I was a kid. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. When I was ages 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And those aerobic exercises, I don't know if they really help like strength training. Okay. But that's a different kind of thing. But it can be fun if you like turning on music and dancing or things like that. Unless you don't really want to work out, it may not be the thing you like, or And some old people live really long and they don't really work out. So it may not matter. It matters, but everything matters. Every little detail matters. God knows that every detail matters. Okay. So let's continue the story of John Birmingham. Okay. So when I was about 9 or 10, I started to get a little bit chubby, and there was a girl the first crushes I ever had on girls were in pre-kindergarten at this really good school I went to that I liked. and my mom threw a birthday party for me, and it was with all these other kids at a private school that some of them were wealthy and stuff, and maybe some were not, and we threw a birthday. My mom made a birthday party, and I had crushes on all the girls, and I got to get close to them and hug them, and I went around, I kissed a bunch of them, and that was the thing that I didn't know was wrong, to kiss them on the cheek. I was like, maybe some of the adults there told me to kiss them on the cheek or something like that, or kiss them on the cheek. Yeah, I didn't kiss them on the mouth, and so it was only on the cheek. It wasn't that bad, but I'd go around kissing them on the cheek, because in Italy, and well, not in Italy, but New York and probably Italy, we'd go up to New York to visit my grandmother, and all the Italian relatives would kiss one another on the cheek. But I actually liked the girls and thought they were pretty, so I kissed them on the cheek. And there was a girl named Sissy, and I had a big crush on her. And I also had a big crush on this other girl, Emily, and I'm trying to think if I remember what their names are. And I had a crush on a bunch of them. And my mom said that somebody there, they said that they were all my girlfriends, but I only kissed them on the cheek. I didn't know what sex was. I did not know what sex was, or anything about what it was, or if it was a bud or what. I didn't know where the stuff was supposed to make a baby or what, until I was about 12, and I went through puberty, and I started feeling like good about those kinds of things. And it wasn't until I was about 12 and I went through puberty, and I thought, hey, that's pretty good. Maybe I'll get to kiss a girl. And I don't know. I just liked the way it felt to me to look at them, and without having, like, not doing anything gross or anything. But I had hoped to kiss them, like, on the mouth. That's when I hoped to kiss them on the mouth, and I didn't get to until I was about 15. And that was the first time I think I got to kiss a girl on the mouth. Or 17, or something like that. That was the first time I got to kiss someone on the mouth. I was like 15, 16, or 17. And when I was in pre-kindergarten, I kissed those girls on the cheek. But I went around to each one, and I had a crush on them, and I kissed them on the cheek. And I liked more than one. I liked a bunch of them, and I don't know why. And like, I got to be the most popular one at the birthday party, and my mom acted like I was like really good looking and cool and stuff or something, or I don't know if she ever did. I don't know if she did that or not. And then so I don't know if that's true. I'm just making up stuff. And so I got tired of saying I don't. God made me good looking for some reason when I was a little kid, but now, I've been through so many ups and downs, I don't know. And the thing is that how would my mom make me good looking? I don't understand that. So I had those various girlfriends, and I'd kiss them on the cheek. And after that, something went wrong, and I was like hospitalized a bunch after that. And I think that was before all of that. And because I had all these crushes on girls and kissed them on the cheek, it was almost like when grown-ups are when grown-ups do fornication or something, or they kiss somebody on the mouth, it can be pretty bad, and they're punished for it, because it's not really their wife. You're not supposed to kiss anybody who you're not married to. You're only, you can kiss them on the cheek like a family, say, I love you, good, or kiss a little animal and stuff like that. That's good, but you can't pretend like it's a girlfriend or boyfriend type of thing. Or there might be punishment if you get too close to them. But all I did was kiss them on the cheek, and I liked the way it felt to be around them. I said I loved them and stuff. And I thought they were cute, and I liked them all. So after that is when all those various things happened to my health. I must have been very sensitive. It was like a good dream. And if I did one sin or something wrong, I got punished for it or something like that. And that's what God says in the Bible, or God told us, or Paul or somebody like that told us in the Bible. And the Bible's 100% real and true. It says, somebody in the Bible says it, and God got the message to us by getting them to write it, by helping them to write it, not hurting them. And God told us with them, or whoever wrote that in the Bible, it's real and true, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That means anything bad you've done to anyone else will come back to you the same. That means if you hurt somebody's eye, it will come back to hurt your eye. If you hurt somebody's tooth, it'll hurt your tooth. Ugh. And so that really comes back to everyone who does anything bad. That goes for any sin, anything you've ever done bad. And we're not supposed to be led into temptation either for lust. It's pretty bad. We're not supposed to love money. We're not supposed to love money. You have to choose between money or God. So choose God, not money. You can only serve one God or the other. The false God of money, or God, our Heavenly Father. Only the best way is to choose God. The other ways are going to be really difficult to come back from. Some people might end up in hell. Okay, so okay, that's it. We're gonna wrap it up quick. The biography of John Birmingham, autobiography of John Birmingham. Okay, when I was 12, I started really being attracted to girls and wondering if I could see them, like, really be with them and kiss them and stuff on the lips and stuff. And I noticed them every day walking around the halls, and I didn't know how to confidently talk to them or get to be one of their boyfriends. And it was wrong and bad, so God didn't let me for 10 years until I met my wife, pretty much. I couldn't get to go all the way with a girl or woman, and I hoped to be with them, and every day I couldn't get to be with them. But it wasn't that bad. It was fun getting to be a kid. It was really fun, and it wasn't that bad. And when I got married, then everything was okay. But in high school, I had some girlfriends, and I kissed them on the mouth. And then that was not that great. You might not want to kiss them on the mouth, but don't ever fornicate, because that's bad, and that will really hurt the body. That hurts the human body, and it can make your body look worse. And fornication is against marriage. Well, maybe it is, I don't know. But it's bad, and it's the only sin against one's own body, fornication. But we can't judge. If you don't die a fornicator, if you're not fornicating when you die, then you won't burn in the lake. You may not burn in the lake of fire, but we can't judge anyone. Only God will judge us. And so, adultery is worse than fornication, and homosexuality is about the same as adultery, I think, or worse. Adultery and homosexuality are punishable by death. And I don't know how long it'll take to die from it, but those who do it will one day die. And so they won't even get to make it to Judgment Day and keep living if Judgment Day happens pretty soon or whatever, something like that. Unless some really godly good reason, because God can do anything and work miracles that we never would have thought maybe possible, or and maybe some way they won't die and they didn't even do something homosexual as we thought, or maybe they didn't really commit adultery, even though we thought it was adultery. It was only fornication, and somehow at that moment the husband and wife may have been divorced because God did some strange thing and then brought them back together in marriage after that. There are supernatural, mysterious things that God does, usually mysterious. I don't know if it's always supernatural, but they're angels. And so I made a bunch of movies out in California after going to schools back home. I left home when I was 19, went to schools in California. When I met my wife, I fell in love. I didn't like living without her. I felt so alone to be without her. So she wanted to make kids and get married. So I said, okay, let's make kids and get married. And we went to Virginia. We went to Virginia, and we settled down and had kids. And I went to work for my mom and dad and finished editing my movie, Crazy Animal. And we made Rowan, and Rowan was born on June 27th, 2006. And we had the best happy family together. It was really sad. We had a really good family. And then after that, Ivan was born in 2009. November 4th, 2009. And then it was an even better family. And then, years after that, in 2016, December 9th, 2016, Ayla was born. And it was a miracle that Ayla was born. I got to see her at the hospital when she was born. And there's a video on my channel of Ayla being born, of her at the hospital with Rowan and Ivan when they were smaller and younger. And then Danica got angry at some things that I did, and I was angry at some things she did, but she got angry and she went to Texas to be around her dad and mom and other family in Texas. She took the kids there. She brought the kids there in 2017, and they haven't come home yet. And for some reason in 2016, right before she came here, or in August or something, I bought this house and I started working really hard at the house, and I did all this work to it so it looks like an okay normal house. And it did before, but it was pretty weird. And I got the house looking really good. I got to see them in Texas 8 times. 8 times since 2016. And I hope to see them again. I hope to get them back. And I hope to live happily ever after. I hope to God all of you are okay. In Jesus' name, amen. I hope to God you have good lives, great lives. You all make it into heaven. I see you in heaven. Praise God. Praise Jesus. And I made 3 big movies. They got kind of famous. Well, 2 of them did. And I made 3,000 videos, or 4,000. I have 4,000 hours of videos with me as the star that I own the rights to. That's more than any human being has filmed that they own. That's more films or videos that anyone owns of them as the star, more than anybody on earth. That's what I did. I filmed so much and worked so hard at it that I filmed more films and videos that I owned than anybody else on earth. Okay, so check out John Birmingham videos if you want, or read the Bible and study and learn about God and Jesus, or go do something fun that God wants you to do, or something like that. I think that's everything. When I was born to when I had the dreamlike life and some things went wrong at the hospital, and I got a little chubby. I felt a little sad from being chubby, but not really that sad. I wasn't too sad. And then in junior high. Oh yeah, in about the 5th grade, I discovered cool music. Oh, my first, most favorite song was "We Built This City on Rock and Roll." It played on the radio in 1987. We built this city on rock and roll. Whoa. That song. And that was my favorite song. And it was the first song I really liked. And I knew what the words were or something about. And that was my favorite song. And then the first time I remember hoping to play guitar and sing and be cool, like somebody, when I grew up, was watching Michael J. Fox and Back to the Future. Of course, I wanted to be like, before then, I hoped to be like my dad and mom. I really liked them growing up. But the first thing that made me think about what I wanted to do as a job and do something like that, but not as a false idol, was watching Michael J. Fox and Back to the Future. But way before any of that, I lived for God and Jesus and my mom and dad. And that's who I looked up to. I didn't know about any movies or TV or radio stuff or anything like that until I saw Back to the Future. My dad started playing movies at home, and he'd bring us home movies and we'd watch them together. It was one of his favorite things, movies. So that's the kind of work that I did, was movies. And music, Krista, my older sister Krista, played me all these like cool heavy metal bands, like glam rock and stuff, and from the 80s. And I started listening to that music, and I had hoped to grow all long hair one day, and I still haven't to this day. And I'm trying to grow it long right now. That's why it looks a little longer. And I hope to grow it really long before I can't grow it really long or something. And weird, all those years I had to cut it short. I had to keep my hair short. I couldn't grow it all the way along like I had hoped for. Since I was 10 years old, I had hoped to have long hair like guys in Motley Crue. And so my older sister introduced me to that weird kind of cool music, and that kind of like made me like girls. When I first listened to Look What the Cat Dragged In by Poison, that made me like girls more often than I did. I started realizing, wait, maybe there's something a little bit more. When I was about 10, there's something more than just kissing that people do, but I didn't really know what it was. Until I was about 12, I started thinking maybe I know what that is, and then I went through puberty, and then I started thinking about like girls a bunch, but I couldn't be with them. I didn't have the confidence to be with them until I met my wife, and then everything was okay. I wasn't alone anymore. Once I had her, everything was okay. And then, you know, we made movies and stuff. We settled that back down in Roanoke, Virginia, had kids, and I got a little afraid with seeing hell stuff. And when I read about it in the Bible years later, I realized what it was. It was hell. And my mom and dad raised us to think we'd never go to hell, and like as if maybe it wasn't a real place, but they didn't talk about it. And it was like some place where really bad people would go, and we would never go. So we thought we'd make it to heaven because we were really good growing up, and we assumed, my mom told us we would all make it to heaven, or not all of us, but she said we'd make it to heaven, like me, my mom, and other loved ones, you know, my brothers and sisters and grandparents. We'd all make it to heaven, and family and stuff. And she assumed we'd make it there, and they never told us about hell, so I wasn't afraid of it. So I got a little misled in my faith in 2004 and 2005 when I became a jerk and was really strong and athletic and looked really like perfect or something. Became a little misled in my faith. I wasn't that bad. I was just kind of a jerk. And then I got a little misled in my faith. I found God again after that, and God let me make the movie. God helping me to make the movie The Vampires of Zanzibar. When I found God again, he made all my depression go away after I had to move back to a small town. I got sad and depressed that my movie Crazy Animal didn't make enough money. When I was done with the movie, I didn't sell it for a bunch of money. And I was back in a small town. I had to work as a regular job, and it got really sad. And God, I asked God to make the depression go away, and I tried, and then he made all the depression go away, and I got to make The Vampires of Zanzibar, which was for God, and it was really for God. I got along with all these people and made all these good friends, and it was for God and Jesus. It had a good reason for the movie, even though it's rated R. It has some sin in it. It's meant for a good cause or a good reason. And so that was what I did with all my movies. Even when I wasn't really into God and Jesus, I always made my movies have a good moral purpose. That's what I used to call it, a good moral purpose. So now, I still haven't gone that big. You're probably thinking, he's not even that big or whatever, the famous stuff. And so then, so now what I have to do is, go. So I'm gonna go, and I did get famous on YouTube. I got a huge Ronald McDonald video that got 63 million views, not billion, 63 million views. I don't know if any video has 63 billion, not yet, that I've ever heard of, not as of 2025. But my video got 63 million views. It had more views than Elon Musk's biggest video. I say that sometimes, by the year 2020. And his video had 62 million, mine had 63 million. He happened to not have really huge videos like Justin Bieber, who has billions of views on some of his videos. And I don't know why Elon Musk just didn't have one really, really big video. But he may now. I don't know. And and so yeah, I don't know, I'm stupid. I'm trying to act like how I did big things, but I don't know why. And then so I made a bunch of movies, videos. I made 80 films. And 4,000 movies with me as a star. And then I got to film other people, helped other people get famous. I'm gonna go. Praise God, praise Jesus. Live for God and Jesus before it's too late. Okay, bye. No. This is Richard Simmons in his bed. Okay, this. Oh, no. This is Richard Simmons in his bed in his house. Help everybody, I'm still alive. Quick, I tricked them all. No, I didn't do it. Don't ever fake your own death. You'd have to do so many illegal things to do it the right way. It would be scary to try to pull a prank like that. There may be some way you can legally do it, but you'd have to study and almost get a degree in it or something to do it the right way, to not get in trouble for it. Just hire a lawyer and see if you can fake your own death, because you can't. You'd have to do it in some obscure country and not really do it. I think it's wrong, unless it was for a prank and you tricked somebody and then told them it was not real or something like that. Maybe there's some way it would be possible, but highly unlikely. So don't ever fake your own death, because I've thought about faking my own death. I looked into it, and you're not allowed to do it. So you'd get in trouble if you did it. But I may look at it again. Is that something you're allowed to do? Make sure to study all the rules and laws on it and stuff like that, so you don't get in trouble faking your own death. Because I almost faked my own death. And so, okay, those are fun things you can do. Not that, but maybe a prank on it. And make sure to study all the rules and laws if you're going to make movies or videos, and make sure to do it properly. And it's best to film yourself, because then you know that you always have the permission to use yourself in the video, or animate things, or film others who say it's okay to be on video. Of course, that's most videos are made with others in films. And so I'm going to go. Praise God. Actually, Wow, most videos are made with others. Yeah, others. Be kind to them, those people who made the videos. I'm going to go. Praise God. Praise Jesus. Believe in God and Jesus with all you have. And God wants a future for us. God wants a future for you. God wants a hope and a future for you. That's what God wants to give you. A great life in the future. He wants to give you a future. Praise God. Praise Jesus. Bye. Oh, if you're watching this, Rowan, hi, thanks for watching. If you're watching this, Ivan, wow, thanks for watching. You're watching my life story. If you're watching this, Ayla, wow, thanks. I love you. I love you, Rowan, Ivan, and Ayla. I love you, Mama. I gotta go. I love you. Okay, maybe many generations down, you'll say, that was Grandpapa when he was young. Okay, praise God, praise Jesus. I hope to God everybody watching this makes it to heaven. I hope you have good lives on earth. I hope you don't have to suffer unless God really wants you to get to heaven. I hope to God you get to feel okay, and always remember God has a future for you, for your well-being. He wants your well-being and a hope and a future for you, for all of you. And when you die, you'll also have a future after you die, because we will all be changed. That's in the Bible. We will all be changed. We'll be made without sin one day, so we'll all make it to heaven. That is how good God really is. Even those who spend forever in hell, one day time will end, and they'll die the second death in hell, and they too will make it to heaven. That's how much God loves us. He wants all of us in heaven. Praise God. Praise Jesus. Bye.